see, as of today, Dr. Osho just joined, and we have 2 consultants and histologists in the whole of Benue State. So if we're not there to even talk to people, how will they even know that this can take place? So, but in developed countries, because labor in Nigeria is easily available and accessible, the issue is focused on the choice of methods and complications. While in developing countries like ours, the issue revolves around awareness, number 1, acceptability, and even when they accept, how available will it be? So our result is less than they want to obtain nationally. I'm happy that at least nationally, instead of the 30.8%, falls short of the 27%. And in Lagos, that has, from the literature I was able to access, had the highest, 38.9. I don't know if somebody has done one in Abuja. Maybe it will be more. We know the reason. There are more people here, and there are more people going about. When I was in national school, there are a lot of advocacy. I don't know. Maybe Abuja might compare to Australia, because in Australia, awareness is up to 98%. The most frequent reason given by response for accepting labor is that it will make them pain-free. I told that before. Then, of course, 50% say they will not believe that labor was a natural process. It is important too to know that some people, up to 24.2%, well, they believe that labor and Nigeria will be harmful to their babies. Ibn Shetan observed that discrepancy in the level of awareness and acceptance they were able to unearth could be attributed to the fact that childbirth is still viewed as a physiological process in most of the developing countries, which is managed with as little interference as possible. Many women still do not know that pain of labor can actually be taken care of during labor. We correlated the awareness and possible assistance of labor and Nigeria. 100% of those who profess good knowledge say they will accept, not rejected. The out of those who say they had enough knowledge, 87 were able to agree that they will have labor. But those who had no knowledge of labor and Nigeria, surprisingly, 80% of them said they would accept. The important is that the 20% that rejected accepted constitute the 50% of those, the total percent of the respondents who rejected labor and Nigeria. We believe that a relationship has been established between awareness and acceptance. The more aware they are, the more likely they will accept labor and Nigeria when offered. So in conclusion, awareness for labor and Nigeria is quite low among pregnant women attending our antenatal clinic in our institution. On the other hand, the level of acceptance is high. However, this study revealed that the higher the level of awareness, the more likely they are to accept labor and Nigeria if offered. It is safe to conclude, therefore, that there is a high level of acceptability among their clients at BHT. But for the purpose of establishing labor and Nigeria services, there will be drawbacks because we don't have enough manpower. I am the only one in the Benue State University Teaching Hospital. Dr. Osho is the one at the Federal Medical Center. And manpower is low. The last time we bought thank you. The last time we tried labor, so it's a high cost. Thank you. More training, more.
As Yakubu S.Y. Mohammed Aran, Casio S. and Professor Ogoliwaso. Under the following, it's going to be presented under the following outlines. Labor pain is the worst pain any woman will ever experience in her lifetime. It's a very excruciating pain that every woman will want to actually avoid. It's among the most severe pain that's only surpassed by the pain of digital amputation. Labor pain leads to, it has a lot of negative effect on the woman. It leads to maternal distress, intense fatigue, and also other undesirable effects on the cardiorespiratory physiology of the woman. It causes in release of catecholamine, which will lead to increase in cardiac output, and also contraction. Contraction also displaces about 250 to 300 ml of blood from the uterus into the central circulation, also thereby leading to rise in cardiac output. And this can have deleterious effect on parturients that have significant cardiac morbidity. Effective analgesia will reduce this undesirable effect of contraction, catecholamine release, and also attenuate the negative effect of the release of this stress hormone. American Society of Anesthesiologists and American College of Obs and Gynae state that there is no other circumstances where it is considered acceptable for an individual to experience untreated severe pain amenable to severe safe intervention while under the care of a physician. Also, National Institute of Clinical Guidelines also recommended that a woman that is in labor should be given option of available labor analgesia. Labor analgesia started with James Young Simpson when he administered ether to a woman with pelvic in labor with pelvic deformity. Although this was actually condemned them by critics who believe that labor pain is a punishment that was passed down from Eve to her descendants, and they believe that women should accept it as it is ordained by God, that they should serve that punishment. Okay, thank you. So, but now some also believe that it should be amenable, and science and technology has also proved that. There are several methods of labor analgesia. We have the pharmacological and the non-pharmacological method. The pharmacological method, which include the use of inhalation anesthetic, systemic opioid, and regional analgesia. Also the use of paracetamol. There are multiple randomized trials that have demonstrated that there's lower maternal pain scores and higher satisfaction with regional analgesia. And still yet, parental opioid is what is used mainly in our environment, which has been proven to have some harmful effect both to the uterus, to the fetus and the mother, because it usually lead to maternal respiratory and fetal respiratory depression. The local anesthetic and opioid are used for epidural labor analgesia, and it has proven to have a favorable result. Neurasal adjuncts increases the efficacy, quality, and prolong the duration of action of the local anesthetic agents. Dexamethasone that is used in this study is a glucocorticoid with anti-inflammatory property and minimal mineralocorticoid activity activity. There are a lot of controversies surrounding it because of the standard dose and the safety of its use intrathecally, because it contains a preservative. So several studies have demonstrated that a single dose of intravenous dexamethasone is associated with less post-op pain and less post-operative opioid consumption. There is a positive, although it is safe, effective, and inexpensive choice to reduce post-operative pain when given shortly before surgery, but there is a positive of its intraoperative use, and this is what bettered the need for this surgery. The aim is that this study evaluated the effect of single-dose intravenous 8 mg dexamethasone on the duration of epidural labor anesthesia using 0.125 mg of bupivacaine and 2 micrograms per ml of fentanyl. The method, institution ethical approval and written consent were obtained from the participants. 56 pregnant women that met the inclusion criteria were randomly assigned into 2 groups, 28 participants per group. Group A received the IV intravenous infusion of 8 mg dexamethasone in 50 ml of normal saline and 50 ml of normal saline respectively in both groups. After 30 minutes, a catheter-based epidural labor anesthesia was now established. All participants received the initial dose of 10 ml of the studied of 10 ml of 0.125% of plain bupivacaine premixed with 20 micrograms of fentanyl. And there's a background infusion at a rate of 5 ml per hour and a demand bolus of 5 ml of the same concentration if it is needed, with a lockout time interval of 30 minutes. Then the labor pain intensity was assessed with visual analysis there. The time to first analgesia request was determined, and a p-value of less than 0.05 was considered to be statistically significant. There was the result. There was prolonged time interval between the administration of intravenous dexamethasone and the first demand bolus of analgesia in the participants that received dexamethasone. However, the difference was not statistically significant, as the average time of the first.
However, there's quite a few learning points that I've taken away that I'd like to share with you today. So the plan is to very quickly run through the case and to mention my 3 main points that will help me in future practice and hopefully will help you too. So I'll just get into it. So this patient was a 41-year-old lady, and this was her first pregnancy, but unfortunately at 10 weeks pregnant, she miscarried. She was offered various management options and she chose to have surgical management. And she was booked into the elective list to have this done. In the way of medical history, she was actually a relatively fit and well young lady. She didn't have a diagnosis of neurofibromatosis type 1, but this didn't really have any major effect on her. I mean, about 10 years ago, she had a removal of a spinal lesion under general anesthetics, which was uneventful. In her medical history, she did mention that she sometimes suffers with low blood pressure and dizziness, but it was nothing that the GP was particularly concerned about. Her BMI was a touch bit low, but nothing too worrying. As I said, she was a fit lady that exercised, etc., etc. So,
I can't get it there.
So as I said, she's booked onto the elective list. I was the anaesthetist of the day, running my solo elective gynae list. I discussed her with the overseeing consultant, and again, she wasn't very interested. This is a fit and well young lady having a simple procedure. I'm a Gen Z anaesthetist, so she had TIVA anesthetics, which I absolutely love. And as you can see from the chart, it was a pretty boring anesthetics, which is what we like to see, and uneventful. So she finished, had the surgery okay, went to recovery, she was absolutely fine, and actually got home that day with no problems at all, until the next day. So the next day she was brought in via ambulance, and she was complaining of abdominal pain, chest pain, and some shortness of breath. She looked quite unwell actually. In the ambulance, as you can see, she was quite tachypnic with a pulse at trace, tachycardic, hypertensive. When she came into ED, she pretty much looked the same, remained tachypnic. The blood pressure had come down a little bit, so she's now 119/98. But she was also noted to be just quite dry, cold, mottled, and just shut down peripherally. She had a VBG done at the time, which showed she was acidotic. I did get the lactate in the documentation, but verbal report to me was that it was primarily metabolic acidosis. So at this point, everyone is wondering what on earth is going on. This is a young, fit and well lady, simple operation. However, she did just have an operation. So the main diagnosis on everyone's mind at the time was pulmonary embolism. So because she looked quite unwell, ED's plan was to get ITU down to escort her to have a quick scan. They did give her some IV fluids. However, she deteriorated quite quickly and arrested before she could get to the scanner. So the cardiac arrest was appropriately managed through the ALS algorithm. She got thrombolized because we were thinking PE. She got a point-of-care ultrasound scan and there was no evidence of intra-abdominal bleed. And resuscitation went on for a while until a decision was made that further resuscitation was likely to be futile. And she's now gone from PE arrest to asystole. And so the CPR was stopped and she unfortunately passed away. So again, everyone is like, oh, what on earth is going on? This is a bit usual, a bit atypical. I don't know if anyone in the crowd has any idea what's going on, but there was a lot of confusion, and of course this young lady went on to have a post-mortem. And the post-mortem showed that there was not really very much else to see apart from the fact that she had invasive pheochromocytoma. So that's taken away from this, and there's quite a few things we discussed. It was talked about in the department, and I believe it's going to be talked about nationally. But for me personally, I had 3 main points that is going to help me in the future that I'd like to share with you today. Type 1, type 2. So if you see type 1 neurofibromatosis, we need to also remember to think pheochromocytoma. And I think this is what's going to be discussed nationally. At the moment, there is no guidelines to test patients with neurofibromatosis for incidental pheochromocytoma, but it's a relatively inexpensive test that could save lives. So I think this is going to be discussed nationally as to whether this guideline should be changed. But for you personally, when you see neurofibromatosis, don't forget to think pheochromocytoma, especially type 1 neurofibromatosis. But apart from pheochromocytoma, you need to your ears need to stick up when you hear neurofibromatosis, because there are other implications for your anesthetics. As you can see, it affects various organs, airway, so you definitely don't want to put this patient to sleep without knowing that one of these things is present, because you could end up in a terrible situation. So that's my first thing. The second point was pheochromocytoma itself. So my primary takeaway points that I want to share with you is with the symptoms. So I personally, when you hear pheochromocytoma, I think hypertension. And that is right for the majority of the patients. However, for 10 to 17% of the patients that have predominantly epinephrine and dopamine secreting tumors, what you're going to see is episodic symptoms with palpitations, tachycardia, panic attack, anxiety type cases. So pheochromocytoma doesn't always mean hypertension. So your brain still needs to, because unless you're thinking pheo, you're likely to miss it. And the last thing, so that's just how to get it. Last thing I wanted to share to go away with is pheochromocytoma crisis and what this looks like when it presents. And what it presents, as I said, pheochromocytoma is a great mimic. It looks like so many things. And what you're going to see, depending on how severe the patient is you're going to have hemodynamic instability plus hypotension or shock if they're really bad. So this patient will typically look like a patient that comes in, they look really unwell, end up with dysfunction, and it doesn't quite make sense. So if you see this at the back of your mind, you can just think, could this be pheo crisis? And you might be able to save a patient one day. So this is just the end organ dysfunctions that you can see that the patient presents as. There's a precipitant for the crisis, of which this lady had a lot. She was pregnant, she just had GA, someone had been pressing on her tummy, so lots of reasons for her to have gone into a pheo crisis. This is how we should manage her if it was spotted. I mean, this lady, I don't think anything would have changed if we spotted it early, because she passed away quite quickly and arrived into the department. But they need to be in ICU, you need to give them lots of hydration and control of their BP, with alpha antagonists being your main key treatment modality. So my takeaway point is, think pheo, okay? If you don't think pheo, you're likely to miss it. When you see neurofibromatosis, don't forget to think pheo. If there's no hypertension, history of hypertension, it could still be pheo. And if your patient just looks really unwell and you just can't quite figure out what's going on, big field.
Anesthesia manpower in Nigeria is grossly inadequate. I mean, we just had the first presenter from Benue, just told us 2 anesthetists in Benue State. Grossly inadequate, and that's what we have in most states in Nigeria and even outside Nigeria in the West African sub-region. So grossly inadequate, and fewer doctors are seen coming for residency training in anesthesia compared to other specialties. So our aim was to determine the interest of senior medical students in anesthesia residency. And so we used a simple questionnaire that administered between March and April 2018 to the senior medical students in 5th and 6th year in the University of Jos who had done their postings, who had completed their postings in anesthesia, the medical school curriculum, and the questionnaire covered about the duration of anesthesia postings and their areas of interest in residency training. We got a total of 193 students who responded to the questionnaire. 74 were from the 5th year and 119 from the 6th year. None of the 5th year students indicated interest in anesthesia training. And then 10 students out of the 6th year students indicated interest in anesthesia residency training. So out of the 193, 10, which is about 5.18%, showed interest in anesthesia. And this is like the distribution of the interest we showed. Anesthesia 10 is 5%. We have pediatrics, you see the numbers, and the highest in surgery, and that's what we have most times in most of the schools. People coming in for surgery, public health, ups and downs, pediatrics, internal medicine. Usually anesthesia is in the back because people don't really think about it much. So we need to increase advocacy. So I have this also, just a pie chart to show where anesthesia is. And as we begin to think about anesthesia training, anesthesia advocacy, the future for anesthesia in Nigeria and in the West African sub-region, we need to now begin to push so that we get more people into this training and we can have more people to attend to our patients, and we can begin to think of advocacy for quality healthcare delivery. So as I discussed, the interest in anesthesia training was low among medical students. It's similar to what was seen in studies. We have studies done by Professor Oboli, Katisi, Professor Guma in previous years, and this is the same kind of results we got, low interest in anesthesia. We need to begin to think about stimulating the interest of anesthesia training, and we should do it vigorously. We need to think out of the box. We need to think of what to do to get students at this early stage of their career to begin to think of anesthesia. Our postings should be more dynamic, more participatory, and more interactive. We think that students could be shared into teams so that they can have more interaction with the residents in ICU, in theater, and in the emergency room. When I did my posting in med school, ABU, it was 4 weeks posting. In fact, in my school, some of the students saw anesthesia post at the time to travel. They just probably take off and then come when it is maybe 1 week to the time, get your notes, read, and they still pass the exams. Because it was just lectures, and once in a while just go to class. So we should make it more participatory, and then we'll be able to get them interested into what we are doing. So we could think about the use of videos, simulation laboratories, where students can have hands-on experience. And then that can be introduced into teaching, and that will stimulate their interest. So as I conclude, the results show that we have an alarming trend. It's becoming alarming. Well, we have very few anesthetists. The ones that are here are also traveling abroad, Saudi Arabia, UK, US. People are moving in droves. And we already have inadequate, and we have to think of opening the door to get more people in, get them interested at the early stage, and we can now increase the numbers. So a lot has to be done in advocacy, capacity building for anesthesia training. I think maybe on this platform, NSA, we can think about what we should do to the anesthesia training. Some schools do 2 weeks anesthesia posting for medical students. Some do 4. Maybe we can standardize and make it up to 8 weeks. Get more people, get more weeks for them to have contact with anesthetists, and then begin to think about how to introduce them. And we'll have more numbers. Some of them will be interested. We can have more anesthetists in Nigeria, in the West African sub-region, and of course, we can export more if we have enough. Thank you. References. Thanks a lot. I have another presentation. Okay, so a follow-up to that is I work at the Federal Medical Center, Abuja, and in the anesthesia department, anesthesia and intensive care. And I've interacted a lot with some of the house officers and some of the medical officers. So we thought of doing just an assessment to see the view of house officers from the Federal Medical Center about anesthesia as a specialty of choice. So the authors of our way, Basi, Yusuf, and you, now the corresponding author. Again, on this outline, background in materials and method results, discussions, conclusions, and reference. Anesthesia plays a major role in provision of quality healthcare in Igbo. And however, we have is one of the specialties least subscribed by young doctors for training. In the previous presentation, we saw the spread across different specialties and where anesthesia was. People really don't think about. So our aim was to know the view of house officers, just to know their view about anesthesia as a career choice. And so we did a survey, just conducted with a simple questionnaire, just attributed to house officers in Federal Medical Center, Abuja. It was done in March 2022. And the questionnaire covered biodata, the name of the medical school attended, whether within Nigeria or outside Nigeria. Then we were interested in the duration of their anesthesia postings when they were in medical school, and their specialty of choice, and then their general perception of anesthesia as a specialty. We got a total of 80 questionnaires out, distributed, but only 51 of them responded. That's 63.75%. 8 of them were males, and 43 were females. The age of the house officers ranged between 22 and 31 years. And we found out that the duration of anesthesia posting varied. Some had 2 weeks, some had 4, some had 6, some had 8. The longest was 12 weeks in duration. We had medical officers, house officers from who schooled in different medical schools within Nigeria and outside. 41% of them schooled in Nigeria. And of course, with what is happening, a lot of people are getting to school outside Nigeria. So 9 of them in Ukraine, 9 in Sudan, 2 in UAE, 2 in Egypt, Russia 3, Malaysia 1, China 1, Turkey 1, and some other countries we see the distribution. 9 of them, 9 doctors, as making 17.7%, indicated anesthesia as their specialty choice, and we had a widespread across other specialties. And so the pie chart showing 17% for anesthesia, other specialties had different other percentages, showing that, well, this is an improvement on that the previous study that was done, that was among medical students, a fair interest in anesthesia as a specialty. So anesthesia, despite its strategic role in quality healthcare delivery, it has failed to attract adequate manpower in most developing countries. And we found that the creation of anesthesia posting medical schools may have an impact to play in the choice that the students and the doctors make when they want to decide whether to come for anesthesia or not. In a similar study that was done by Oku et al., he did something similar to this, and he found out that from the respondents, 23% of the students responded that anesthesia, the posting was too short to make an impact in determining whether they will come for anesthesia as a specialty or not, and that they were not exposed enough. So if we need to modify our postings to make it more interactive, that will really help. The content of our anesthesia postings in medical schools may need to be upgraded for students to have positive undergraduate experience, which may put a lasting note on their life, and they will now begin to think of anesthesia among the first things to think about as career choice. And that will help to stimulate their interest. In conclusion, this study shows a fair interest in anesthesia as a specialty among house officers in Federal Medical Center. And we're just thinking about what could, maybe COVID had an impact, because the COVID experience, anesthesia came to the fore. People are talking about anesthesia intensive care all over the world. Maybe just that affected some, and we need to think about increasing the duration of anesthesia postings and exposing medical students to different aspects of this specialty that may play a role in stimulating their interest. So in summary, it's about advocacy for anesthesia, advocacy for manpower development, and I think it's one of the things we should think about in this conference, to get more people interested, more people to stay. Even if we get so many numbers and some of them will still have to go, you will still have enough to take care of our citizens in the country. That's my reference to our references.
In-hospital cardiac arrest may not be an anesthetist. Nikose et al. Has demonstrated an increase in survival after in-hospital cardiac arrest of 27.2% in pre-BLS period to 40.86% in the post-BLS period. Almost all participants were happy with the conduct, professionalism, and teaching style of their instructors. The vast majority attributed their better performance in the post-test to the training. The conduct of trainers during BLS courses should be professional, cautious, and helpful to encourage interest. This makes participants receptive to course content and generates eagerness and mastery of skills. BLS training significantly improved the knowledge and skills of healthcare workers in National Hospital of Abuja. There is eagerness amongst healthcare workers to learn cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The authors recommend that there should be continuous in-house BLS training at regular intervals by anesthesia departments at various centers, and this should include non-clinical staff as well.
For the higher interest in other specialties among these students, to the reasons why these students don't have much interest in anesthesia. And then, do you think there are other reasons that might be responsible, apart from the duration of exposure to anesthesia at undergraduate level? If doing advocacy and you were to give reasons, you think things should be done about interest in anesthesia, do you want other things? Because you seem to be thinking about just the duration of exposure. Are there other things that we could bring out as reasons to make people interested in solving this problem?
I want to know if it's usually self-sponsored or whether the hospital pays for it, because down there in Lagos, if you have to go for BLS, it's 40K, and you sponsor yourself, or ACLS, 80K. So for staffs, that amount of number of staffs to be attending the training, I want to know whether they have to pay by themselves or the hospital sponsors. Now, the second question is to Dr. Olaoye. Thank you again, sir, for the presentation. Well, I just want to agree with you that for anesthesia to get more manpower, it should actually be more interactive. That's the posting, because I remember when I was as a medical student in Louvre, anesthesia, I did 4 weeks posting in anesthesia, and was still like a skeletal posting. Most times when we go to theater, we are told to stay near the wall, and we don't really understand what they do. So we just go there, sign our logbook, and off we go. So I think they should make it more interactive, maybe extend the duration. So I never had interest in anesthesia until as a medical officer. I didn't even know what they were doing. Thank you.
Question. So why won't I pass the interview? She took me in, and then she gave me her books. ES Apata, I remember she gave me her books even when I came in. I didn't have money to. She gave me her books to start reading for primaries. Past primaries, national and West Africa. She told me go for DA. Pass DA, go for part 1, and kept pushing and kept pushing. And now I'm an anesthetist, so I'm an advocate for anesthesia residency training. And I push people, I keep talking to people. So beyond the...
There, in what I presented, I said, it existed, it still exists. Religion is a factor, but we will not relent, we will continue to do our best. Thank you.
Medical students participated in anesthesia posting, and they've done their anesthesia posting. The way you should do it, you should also erase their misconceptions before coming. An average Nigerian sees the anaesthetists as a perioperative physician.
This conference, which I'm made aware that it has not held for the last 3 years due to COVID restrictions. The Honorable Minister of State, Dr. Joseph Ekumankama, ably represented by Dr. David Atuo, MNI. The President, Nigerian Society of Anesthesia, Professor Elizabeth Nwaso-Ogboli, the representative of the NMA President, Dr. Agadi, the speaker for today, General Dr. Ogumbi, the LOC Chairman, Dr. Salao. We have the representative of the former Minister of Health, Professor Onyekuchichukwu, represented by Barrister Azubike. Our senior anesthetists present, friends, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are all welcome to this opening ceremony of this year's annual general meeting and scientific conference of the Nigerian Society of Anesthesia. The theme for this conference is quite apt, which is technology for the advancement of anesthesia. You will all agree with me that the world is fast changing and we need to move up with the pace and catch up with the pace. We cannot do without technology, not just in anesthesia, but in everyday life. But it's more critical in anesthesia because you are dealing directly with issues of life. Just like when Barrister, we were having a discussion with him on some of the roles of anesthetics. I told him that these are the people that work behind the scene, or you can simply say they are the unsung heroes. Why? Because most of the patient relations don't even know what you do, because most areas where you operate from, they are actually restricted places. But we, as healthcare personnel, we really know and deeply appreciate your roles in healthcare delivery. I was just telling someone, you can assemble the best of surgeons in this world and everything. If you don't have the anesthetic to administer, we are nowhere. So we cannot underestimate your role in healthcare delivery. Likewise, I want to mention that the phase of critical care in our federal tertiary hospitals, I'm sure it has changed within the last 1 year or so. We are all aware that due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the federal government actually established or released funds for the establishment of 10-bedded ICU in each and every tertiary health care institution. Now, with this setting up of those ICUs, I'm sure you are going to be the first or the primary beneficiary of those state-of-the-art equipment in those places. It's going to enhance your practice, and you are going to give the best of support that you can to the needy patient. In Federal Medical Center, I can tell you, Dr. Laoye is here. They are quite happy with what they have, and we were able to use that as a backbone to carry on or bring in some surgeons that can do more complex surgeries. If you don't have a very good ICU, you don't have good anesthetists that can handle it, will you be able to do things like open heart surgeries? No. Complex neurosurgical procedures, you cannot do all those things. And we have noted also that mortality rate has actually gone down following,
My name is Dr. Salahu Murayo, and I'm the LOC chairman for this historic 30th annual general meeting and scientific conference of Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists. It's our great honor and privilege to welcome you all to this 30th annual scientific conference of Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists, NSA, in conjunction with the World Federation Societies of Anesthesiologists, WFSA, holding here in Abuja, the federal capital of Nigeria, and the Center of Unity. The theme of this year's conference, which is Technology for the Advancement of Anesthesia, is apt. And we are also having our 4th FAMEO keynote lecture, and we have other plenary sessions that have been put in place for you. These include comprehensive care, the role of the anesthetist, specialization, a way to improve anesthesia practice, anesthesia for cancer care, an opportunity to improve outcomes, challenges of perioperative care and solutions for Africa, get the heart beating again, the excruciating pain of childbirth, why no woman should enjoy it. And we also have educative pre-conference workshops, which was held yesterday and the day before yesterday on various aspects. We have the American Heart Association certified BLS, basic life support. We have the ultrasound used in anesthesia, and we also have the postgraduate day workshop. All were all well attended, and everybody benefited from it. This year's scientific conference is an election year. We are gearing up for new executives to move our association to greater heights. I wish everyone a fruitful meeting, a robust academic interactions and networking. Enjoy every bit of what we have put up for you. Enjoy your stay, and you are all welcome to this serene city of Abuja.
All established protocol earlier, and then I also want to recognize all our friends that are here, my teachers and trainers. I can see Professor Kele Zuora, Professor Atim Eshiet, my compatriots in the struggle of residency, Professor Ilori, Professor Bembe, and so many nice and beautiful people. I appreciate you. Professor Sadiq, all professors here present, all heads of department present, all chairmen, all medical directors present in person or represented.
I appreciate you. I also appreciate ladies and gentlemen of the press. You are recognized, and our Lord's spiritual and temporal. Thank you for coming. So I want to bring you special greetings and felicitations on behalf of myself and the association. On behalf of the Executive Committee, the Board of Trustees, and all our distinguished members of the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists. This program has given me a great pleasure because this is the first physical meeting we're having in 3 years since 2019, just before the novel coronavirus was announced in Wuhan, China in December 2019. And the COVID-19 pandemic came with a lot of problems and challenges and experiences. And it really kept the world spellbound. So this is a landmark also because this is the 30th meeting, and coincidentally, 5 years ago in 2017, we were here in Abuja hosting the All Africa Anesthesia Congress, the 6th All Africa Anesthesia Congress. So we are really happy to be back in the great capital city of Abuja to be here with us all today. We thank the local organizing committee for what they have put together for us, and we thank the World Federation of the Societies of Anesthesiologists, our parent bodies, that have been really working with us to make sure that this program comes out very nice. We've talked about our theme, technology for the advancement of anesthesia. It's a futuristic one, and we really, because we want to move forward and we want to get ahead and get going, and we cannot do that except we embrace technology. We've started on Monday with pre-conference workshops, and we had so many sessions. We collaborated with the SMILE Train, the Society of Airway Management, regional anesthesia specialists, to bring up workshops. Yesterday we had the research methodology workshop, and it was so rich and really very good for all of us. Both the trainers and the trainees benefited a lot. We want to also appreciate one of our past partners. We've been working together with him, Dr. Daniel Tapia. I've not seen him, but I know he'll be on his way coming, of Project Cure, because we have done a lot of work together with them. He is committed to equipping our anesthesia departments and theaters with airway equipment and other things, regional anesthesia equipment, ultrasound machines that will help us to do our work better and improve our technology and our skills. I also want to appreciate the fourth Professor Famewo Memorial Lecturer, who is here with us. Is no other than an erudite scholar, a trainer of trainers, and a senior colleague par excellence, Major General Dr. Obashina Ogumbi, for coming. Thank you for agreeing to give that highly exalted lecture. The keynote address speaker will be coming on online. She'll be talking to us, my colleague from our days at Lutz, Dr. Nkiru Ann Mera, and she's going to give us a lot. She's working in Canada now, so she'll be talking to us online. We have so many sessions. Scientific sessions started this morning, and we have 40 abstract presentations and other presentations from the industry. So, and also the LOC have tried to mix fun and play together with work and teaching and learning. So we started with a cocktail, welcome cocktail last night, We thank our hosts, National Hospital Abuja, for putting that together for us. That was marvelous. We also welcome all that are here coming today for the first time. And at the end of everything, we encourage all of us to try and go out and visit the sights and sounds in Abuja. The period under review has been a very stressful time for so many of us. Both personal, individual, national, and global issues have come up during this time. And also, at this time, Nigeria is faced with a massive brain drain, as many healthcare practitioners, including anesthetists, have left the country in large numbers, seeking for the so-called greener pastures. And this has come with a lot of problems, few hands on deck to keep the job going. And these issues are being discussed at various fora, and we are hoping that we will also be proffering some solutions to this problem. We also have some challenges which may be peculiar to us, because some cadre of our colleagues have really not enjoyed what they had been enjoying before. That is the group of middle-level manpower, the diplomats in anesthesia, and also those that have membership. There has been a non-registration by the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria as an additional qualification. This is an issue that is dear to our hearts, because we feel that it's a disincentive. It discourages the younger ones that are coming into the program from really coming into anesthesia. And we are calling on the MDCN and all the relevant bodies to look into this issue with a view to correcting this anomaly. Because so much effort is put into training these people, and so much money, funds are committed into the training. And if we discourage this middle-level manpower, there will be a lot of manpower crisis in the sector within no distant time from now. So we are also calling on the government, the various agencies of government. We are thanking our Minister of State for Health for being here, being ably represented by Dr. Atuwo, that there are challenges, that equipment are not as they should be in many of our centers, and this does not encourage people to put in their best. Staffing is also an issue. As many people are leaving, there is no commensurate employment. Even though there may be some people who want to join the workforce, they are not being employed to work in the different areas, especially in anesthesia, that is suffering a big bump at this particular time. So this is a passionate appeal to the government to encourage employment and training, and also to the MDCN to encourage registration, due recognition to the certificates and the qualifications that are being obtained after the training, to justify the amounts that is being put and being paid by the residents to acquire these certificates. We are also hoping that if these things are done, that even the tide of brain drain will be stemmed, and to reduce the impact in the health workforce at large. Another topical issue on the front burner is the non-inclusion of anesthesia, critical care, and pain management in the National Health Insurance Act, as operated by the National Health Insurance Agency. Anesthesia, as our chairman has pointed out to us, we all know, is a key area of work. And what we realize is that our colleagues, when they give the due services, especially in the private sector, there is no, the remuneration is not captured as anesthetists. There are billing plans for surgery, there are billing plans for nursing care, but there is no billing plan for anesthesia. So these people get to do work and they are not adequately compensated or remunerated. And that is a sore point that we will like to plead with the relevant agencies to look into this, so that this problem, it has been lingering for a long time, was identified since 2015 that this problem has, since 2005 that this problem has been there, but even up till now it has not been corrected. This is a lingering problem, and we'll call on the NHIA and all key stakeholders to look into this problem with a view to bringing an end and a lasting solution to the problem. Also, there are issues about security challenges that we're facing in the country. We are all aware of it. The problems of banditry, kidnapping, harassment, and the general insecurity and crime rate. So we call on all concerned to make it better and easier, because specifically there have been so many cases of kidnapping of doctors and nurses for ransom, and some don't end up coming out of it alive. And this has been a very discouraging event, or a discouraging occurrence in our practice. So we are calling on all relevant agencies to secure our places of work, to secure our places that we live in, and the general public as a whole, so that the security of our great country will be much better as we strive towards the goal of advancement in our practice and advancement of technology in anesthesia practice. So once again, I welcome us to this landmark event, this week-long activity, and I want to say sit back, enjoy it, and relax, and as we take us through anesthesia, critical care, pain management, and resuscitation. I call on us to network, make friends, relax, and those that are attending virtually, we have a large number of virtual participants. As you sit in the comfort of your homes and offices, get connected, and generally move with us as we go on in the program. Also, in part of this program, we are going to have a launching of some books that we have been worked on during this period. We have the updated membership directory, the 2022 Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists membership directory. We have the 2023 diary, and we also have a book of awards and our stewardship from 2018 to 2022. We will be calling on the chairman and all relevant people, especially those on the high table and on our awardees, to launch these books, and feel free to take copies for your homes, for your offices, and the general things that you need to do. These are very rich, and they've been put together, and of course they are very useful for our day-to-day life. So I want to thank our sponsors. I want to appreciate, especially amongst others, but especially our chairman, Professor Ahmed Saad, for the generous support he has been giving us through the LOC. Sir, we appreciate you. Myself and Professor Saad, we come a long way, so that is another story for another day. But we appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much. So I say welcome to all of us.
This occasion, my very good friend, colleague, and trailblazer, Professor Saad Ahmed, who is the Chief Medical Director of the Federal Medical Center, Jabi, here in Abuja. The special guest of honor, our Minister of State Health, Honorable Joseph Egumankama, who is ably and indeed well represented this morning by no other person but one of us. You will understand what I mean by that, because he's the distinguished Dr. David Atu Emena. Anywhere you see this badge, we know ourselves. You are welcome, sir, Dr. Atu. The President, Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists, my President, Professor Elizabeth Ogolienwaso, the LOC Chairman, Dr. Morayo Salau, the Corps Marshal of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Dr. Biu, who is with us right here. You're welcome, sir. The former Minister of Health, my brother, Professor Chukwu, who also is represented here by Barrister Greg Azubuke, my Lord's temporal and spiritual, or rather, my Lord's spiritual and temporal, and I dare add, my Lord's medical, because we have here with us one of those who we joined in the struggle in the early days. I'm talking of no other person but my brother, senior colleague, Dr. Izura, who is here with us. Please, let's give him a round of applause. You're welcome, sir. Members of the 4th Health State of the Realm, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and of course, fellow anesthetists who are here with the Ifeanyiwo Memorial Lecture is the turning point, strengthening the nexus between anesthesia workforce and research in Nigeria. The turning point, strengthening the nexus between anesthesia workforce and research in Nigeria. As a runner, this says anesthesia is the half awake, watching over the half asleep, being half murdered by the half witted. For those who don't know what anesthetists do and what they are, it's just a runner. Because at the end of the day, you'll find out that indeed, this is exactly what happens. Just to tell us that I have nothing to disclose today, other than the fact that I'm here as one of the lieutenants of Professor C.E. Fameo, late Professor C.E. Fameo, and I'm just going to talk about him and also do what I've been asked to do today. No financial gains whatsoever. As a brief outline, I'll give an introduction. Go on to tell us the life and times of Professor C.E. Fameo, with emphasis on my relationship with Professor Fameo and some of the lessons I learned from the life of Professor Fameo. Others are as shown on the screen, with particular emphasis on what would Professor Fameo have wanted for anesthesia. Before I go to that slide, you can see here, these are the anesthetists that attended that 1996 NSA conference in Ibadan. The slide on the left, the picture on the left, that's me, Lieutenant Colonel, with the icon of anesthesia, Professor Fuscrap, and Dr. P.T. Shotumbi, who retired as an associate professor in UCH. These are pictures that you cannot see but chuckle. And on the right, at the same NSA conference, In front, far right, is Dr. Ogunaike, who was then the medical director of Shell. Right behind Dr. Ogunaike is Dr. Femi Musoro. I'm sure Dr. Ozora will remember him very well. Dr. Femi Musoro is there. Beside Dr. Ogunaike is Professor Shoyanwo. And next to Professor Shoyanwo, that's third from right, is our revered Professor Famewo. Now, we come left a bit. In the center is Professor Fuskrab again. Next to Professor Fuskrab is our very revered late Professor M.O. Obiaya. Two paces left to Professor Obiaya is late Professor Toriola Sholanke that I mentioned earlier on. And next to Professor Sholanke in front there is Dr. P.T. Shotumbi. If we cast a glance through to second row, just next to Dr. Femi Mosuro on the right again is a very excellent teacher now, who was then a resident in UCH. I'm talking of no other person than Associate Professor Longinus Ebiri. That's him there. And I'm next to Ebirim in uniform. I always stand out any time. That was the only condolence letter by any anaesthetist, consultant or otherwise, that was published in this book. This is to further show the relationship I had with the late Professor Famewo. Next, let's go to the lessons I learned from the life of Professor Famewo. This includes the fact that he was born in a remote village in the southwestern region of Nigeria. But by dint of hard work and by God's grace, he became an international scholar at age 30. He was focused. Despite the lures and riches of his service in Canada, he returned to Nigeria in 1974 to add value to his fatherland. He was patriotic. As a committed medical educationist, he took active interest in the postgraduate medical colleges and rose to become not only a faculty chairman of anesthesia, but also became the 9th president of the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria until he passed on to eternity. He was one of the few decision makers in anesthesia at various levels. And finally, he was a man of God, committed to kingdom values, and he doted on his wife and children. Indeed, he was a devout Christian, committed to his family. I will not go into details, because for those who are very close to me, all these virtues are what I have been living with till date myself. A single thread through these lectures is the fact that by default or by happenstance, they aptly describe the love of anesthesia training and practice by our beloved late Professor C. Famewo. So in the same line, therefore, and coincidentally, today's lecture will focus on addressing the nexus between anesthesia workforce in the face of the ongoing brain drain of physician anesthetists and research capabilities in the Nigerian anesthesia space, with a view to strengthening SAPE. These are indeed germane issues to the very heart of late Professor Christopher Ekodaya Famewo. This brings me to the next. In Africa, there is anecdotal evidence that medicine was practiced before the arrival of the Europeans and modern medicine as we know it. It is also on record by Good that missionaries of the Protestant and Roman Catholic missions pioneered Western medicine in Africa a long time before colonial government. and they were able to provide health services. The colonization of Lagos by the British in 1850 led to the introduction of healthcare services initially for the military, but later extended to the colonial civil servants. The first teaching hospital established in Nigeria was the University College Hospital, Ibadan, which is what we're seeing on the right, which is a great edifice. And medical care, including anesthesia service, were provided by expatriates. The main anesthetic equipment at that time was the Epstein, Macintosh, and Oxford inhaler, the EMO inhaler, which started operation in 1953 at UCH. I'm not sure some of us here had ever seen or worked with the EMO inhaler. I was able to be one of those that worked with the EMO inhaler before it was phased out completely in UCH. We had a lot of Nigerians who studied anesthesia abroad and came back home, notably Dr. Nwachukwu and others that are shown on the screen. Dr. Shonowo in UCH was the first home-trained fellow in anesthesia. Dr. Oladapo, Commodore Oladapo retired, is the first fellow by examination of the West African College of Surgeons in 1983. Dr. Oti Kushimo in Luth, first fellow by examination, FMCA, 1984. And now we have lots and lots of consultant anesthetists. Some of us are here in this hall. We will quickly go to anesthesia. Yes, anesthesia education workforce issues in Nigeria. This has been said at various fora, so I won't waste much time on this, other than to say that before, almost all specialist anesthetists in training had to undergo the 5 to 6 years fellowship training at accredited centers, with some falling by the wayside and abandoning the program for various reasons. However, we now have the introduction of the diploma in anesthesia by the two colleges, as well as the membership exit examination by the West African College of Surgeons. And for those physician anesthetists in training who wish to go academic, the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria has gone ahead in 2020 to introduce the MD or Doctor of Medicine degree program. This has been approved by the National University Commission as being equivalent to the PhD in the university system. And senior residents are encouraged to enroll for the program and do the examination in the course of their fellowship training. Talking about the brain drain, we have some figures here. It's important to state that presently, according to NMA, only 4.7% of specialists are still available in the country, a country of over 200 million. And we're still struggling to achieve the SDG goals. The main reasons for the current brain drain include, among others, poor welfare, poor working conditions, insecurity, adverse government policies, and persistent attacks and discrimination of medical fellowship by other colleagues in the healthcare space. Let's quickly go to anesthesia research capabilities in Nigeria. This is just a work by Oyekwelu et al. And she showed the disparity between surgeon and anesthetists in 4 teaching hospitals in the country. Yes, anesthesia research and research capabilities in Nigeria. Over the years, the research outputs of academic anesthetists have not been comparable to those of their surgical and obstetric gynecology counterparts. And this has been variously attributed to anesthetists being engaged more in hospital services than in the research space. However, many consultant anesthetists now have research interest in the subspecialties of anesthesia, such as pain, critical care, regional anesthesia, airway management, palliative care, among others. And it's noteworthy to state that some of us have been involved in clinical trials, such as the Nigerian surgical output study by Oshina K and others, while others are involved in publishing landmark manuscripts, such as that by Ogumbi et al. In critical care medicine. Professor Famio was an indefatigable anesthesia researcher with research interests in clinical trials of new induction agents and relaxants, post-operative and chronic pain management, and so on. As mentioned earlier on, next slide, please. As mentioned earlier on, it is evident that because the specialty of anesthesia has over the years expanded, and we now have Nigerians holding forth in the annals of the various subspecialties of anesthesia, such as paid service, where we have erudite scholars like Shunyawo, Fakonle, Ogboli Nwaso, obstetric anesthesia, Imaringaye and Organ, critical care, Shanusi, Ogumbi, Oshinaike, Yakubu, Rotimi, and Raji holding forth. Pediatric anesthesia, Kushimo, Desalu, Osazua, they are holding forth. And this indeed may be the pillar to strengthen the bond and collaboration between anesthetic service delivery and other stakeholders in the healthcare delivery process in Nigeria. Although there's a place for government funding of research, there's also a place for attracting research grants for the institutions. In conclusion, I ask a question. What will Professor Famewo have wanted for anesthesia? As we keep celebrating the life and times of our dear teacher of teachers, erudite scholar and astute administrator, Professor Christopher Famewo, it is apt that we, as fellow anesthetists, should be committed, we should be focused, we should be patriotic, and do our best to maintain the high standards of scholarship, anesthetic workforce, and research in anesthesia in the bid to weaken the Japa syndrome. Furthermore, I hereby recommend that the two postgraduate medical colleges should intensify the training of middle-level manpower. And the government at all levels, I'm happy my distinguished brother is here with us, Dr. Toro, the government at all levels should improve the welfare packages. And finally, the government should provide a conducive workplace for all healthcare workers with special incentives for anesthetists. I dare say that we have a lot of our consultant anesthetists working in the private sector unsung, but they are comfortable. So why would the government not be able to do the same thing? Our vice president had his surgery done in a private hospital in Lagos. Of course, it's our members here, some of our members here, that anesthetized him during the surgery, and there was no problem whatsoever. He is busy jumping over the whole place on the campaign trail today. While thanking the Almighty God for this day, I hereby deeply appreciate the support of our revered Mrs. Senator Famewo, Dr. Ariola Shanusi, and Dr. Yinka Yelade, who all graciously supplied some of the materials used for this presentation. As a postscript, I want to say that I commend the words of Professor Famewo during his inaugural lecture on 22nd April 1993, which I attended to you. He said, "For some must watch, while some must sleep. My own watch is over, and you may now wake up in peace." I thank you all for rapt attention. And may the Lord continue to bless the soul of Professor Christopher Okudaya.
Well, here he felicitated with all of us. He also said that the problems as anaesthetists we are having with National Health Insurance Scheme, that he will also going to collaborate with the NSA to see how the problem will be solved. He wished us a very good outing in this 30th scientific conference. He has gone through the program and he has seen a lot of he has seen the team, which is technology, for the advancement of anesthesia practice in Nigeria. And he wants to wish us a good, fruitful, and robust scientific conferences. He wishes us welcome to the city of Abuja. Thank you.
It is a pleasure that for me to be here this morning on behalf of the Federal Road Safety Corps. I felt obliged that I should be here for two reasons. One, we interact with doctors a lot because whenever we rescue accident victims, crash victims on the road, the first place we take them to are the hospitals and we deliver them to the doctors. And it is also important that this gathering here are anesthetic doctors, which I believe also that they are also trauma doctors, and they are very critical in our own operation. So I'm happy that I'm here today. I want to wish you fruitful deliberations, and at the end of the day, you come up with better options that will move the country forward and improve the well-being of Nigerians. Thank you very much.
Of the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists, the acting commercial, Federal Safety Corps. I think we met last week. Thank you. Representative of Professor Shuku and the leader of the NOC. Distinguished professors of anesthesia, consultant anesthetists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the press. I bring you greetings from the Federal Ministry of Health, especially the Honorable Minister of State for Health. As you know, today is the Federal Executive Council, and he's attending it at the moment. It's a pleasure. A great pleasure to be here, and he has directed that I deliver his speech to you on this occasion. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all our highly esteemed guests to the beautiful city of Abuja and to this unique hybrid event of the 30th Scientific Conference and Annual General Meeting of the Great Society. The theme, Technology for the Advancement of Anesthesia, is quite apt as it showcases the peculiar requirements of the anesthesiologist in this post-COVID-19 pandemic era. For nearly 3 years now, since the novel coronavirus SARS-CoV-2 was discovered in December 2019 in Wuhan, China, the world has been held spellbound with different, very challenging experiences, with many new problems coming in the face of the whole world globally. Going through the issues raised by the association, the ministry will look into them with a view to finding lasting solutions to the problems of placement and career progression of persons with qualifications such as diploma and membership in anesthesia of both the national and West African post-medical colleges, as a way of encouraging middle-level manpower development in anesthesia. We have noted the call to equip our various hospitals, provide adequate infrastructure, and improve the emoluments of doctors, and especially encourage and fund the training of anesthesia specialists in our various hospitals. Regarding Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria registration, we will advise the society to approach the relevant authorities to address the issues raised. Government is concerned about the rising tide of brain drain, and suggestions on ways to mitigate the massive exodus of our health workforce, especially young anesthetists, is welcome. We note the fewer numbers of your profession that are currently in the country, and I can assure you that the ministry is looking into it. We note the non-inclusion of anesthesia, intensive care, and pain management in the National Health Insurance Act as operated by the National Health Insurance Agency. The ministry is willing to work with the NHIA and all stakeholders to investigate this area of need. In conclusion, permit me to dwell on a very important but often forgotten responsibility you owe to yourselves and humanity, that is, self-preservation. To this end, I have drawn a similitude to some of the incredible features of a marine aquatic wonder, the octopus. I'm sure a lot of us know this animal. The octopus is the most intelligent invertebrate in the ocean, with its mesmerizing limbs, with which it executes insectivized tasks. Despite these enormous capabilities, the octopus is fantastically fragile, where both internal and external stressors can threaten its existence. Anesthetists, as we all know, are a special breed of physicians, leading some of the most incredible team of healthcare professionals at the core of the healthcare delivery system in our country, and indeed globally. They have equally made their work in the world, they have equally made their mark in the world at the most trying times of human history, especially in the wake of the recent COVID-19 pandemic, and continuously in the complex meshwork of operating rooms, emergency rooms, and critical care units, and other demanding areas where and whenever human existence is threatened. The world indeed acknowledges such immeasurable contribution aimed at preserving the stable milieu of life. While you calibrate and recalibrate your knowledge, skill sets, attitude, and the multitude of equipment like the limbs of the octopus for excellent outcome, you must not forget to calibrate and recalibrate your own health indices. You should not forget that you are equally threatened by both internal and external stressors of life. Today, degenerative diseases, depression, burnout, and suicide is threatening the critical mass of these specialists and their team. I pause for a moment in silence to honor those who have died in the line of duty. May their gentle souls rest in peace. Amen. As you celebrate and deliberate, do remember to calibrate your health indices and take time from this conference that even the octopus needs calibration and rejuvenation. The import of this story is that please take care of yourselves as you take care of others. Thank you, and I wish you a fruitful deliberation and calibration. On this note, it is my honor and privilege to declare this conference and AGM open. Thank you.
Can we have some music, please? Okay, can we have the high-table members please join this memorable event? Thank you very much. Please join in this memorable event.
NSA as well as members of the Nigerian society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So here we can see, first is the membership directory, which is something that is quite good. We have a list of all anesthetists that we have in Nigeria with their contacts. And this is going to be a very good resource in case you want to check up on anyone and see where he or she is, and also want to link up both for professional networking as well as some other necessary engagements. Next is we have the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists Physicians Diary. So it's going to be a great resource. There will be some brief about NSA and the practice of anesthesia, as well as you have avenue within which to keep pace with your schedule. And next we have the NSA Book of Awards and Stewardship. This is a book where all receive awards and also have achieved some faith in the field of anesthesia and also in the society. And now it's being put up in the form of a book that can be put up for reference. So these are all great resource materials that encourage each and every one of us to have. But before I now ask other members of the high table, as well as all the members that are here present that want to pick up some copies, on behalf of Federal Medical Center Abuja, we want to pick 2 copies of each at a total sum of 500,000 naira.
Thank you very much, sir. So we will move back to you. We'll hand over to the next one.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. You are indeed an FOA. Next is the Minister of State, Federal Ministry of Health, Honorable Joseph Ekumankama, being represented here by Mr. David Atuwo.
More or less, it's not a global citizen. It's almost always on earth, flying from one place to the other. So he said I should come here. He said that I should let you know that he identifies with everything you are doing, and that whatever they are doing here, I should do on his behalf, and that once he comes back, he's coming to see you. And so, all the books we are launching today will go with 1 copy of each. And as soon as he gets back to Nigeria, he is going to get in touch with you and do the needful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable former Minister of Health, Professor Oyebuchechukwu, represented by Barrister Greg Azubike. We are grateful to you. Now we go on to another friend of Anaesthetists, FOA, the Corps Marshal, Mr. Daudu Aliu View. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. On behalf of the Federal Road Safety Commission, I wish to launch each of these documents, and I will launch it with an amount which I will communicate to the President. And I'm sure, I want to assure you that you will not be disappointed in what we do. Yes, and also I wish to let everyone here know that the current President, she was my secondary schoolmate. Yes. In fact, with the same class. So we were in the same class, and we went to ABU together. She read medicine, I went to Congo campus. So it's a pleasure for me, it's an obligation for me to be here to support her. Yes, thank you very much. I call her Eli.
And because I am involved in the association, I'm not just going to encourage the executive committee, but I want to get 3 copies of each of these directory book and the 3rd one, just 3 copies each, and to put in some of our military facilities and I will not disappoint our Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists even before I leave here today.
Thank you very much, sir. You have never disappointed us. Even when we call you overnight to deliver, you do so. Thank you. A hand of applause for you, please. The next one here is our Professor Saeed Ahmed, the Chief Medical Director of National Hospital Abuja, a revered histopathologist. He actually, oh, you are the one representing. Okay, I thought you told me he's the chairman. Really? Okay, I'm sorry for that, please. I'm sorry for that. Please, we have the account projected. Please keep the account here till we finish. Please, media, keep the account till we finish. Keep it on board. Please, thank you. So, please, the account of the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists is displayed. Please fulfill your vows with using the account number. So, next is our very own the NMA chairman, the NMA president of Nigeria, Dr. Uche Roland Ojima, ably represented by Dr. Kene Agadi. Thank you.
Thank you, Crown Prince of Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists. the Crown Princess. I'm representing the Nigerian Medical Association President, Dr. Ojima Uche Roland. Like I said before, he is unavoidably absent. He's on a walking tour to Sokoto with Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria. He would have loved to be here with us because as a dermatologist, he knows the importance and significance of pain management. So he asked me to tell the president of NSA, in due course, he will surely see her and do his own.
Yes, please.
He has sent me to make a pledge of 100,000 towards what he's passing. I know I'm a teacher by profession, and we asked to support with the sum of 10,000.
We'll take a copy of each at a very reasonable amount that we will disclose, and I'm sure you won't be disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you. I can never be disappointed.
I'm not heading any department in a teaching hospital or in a general hospital, but I am going to make a donation towards this effort, and you will not be disappointed.
To read the citation of our former Minister of Health in person of Professor Christian Hotu Onyebuchichukwu. Professor C.O. Onyebuchichukwu, a distinguished academic, excellent head administrator, and a renowned orthopedist and trauma surgeon. He was a past Minister of Health of Federal Republic of Nigeria. He is a fellow of the West African College of Surgeons, the American College of Surgeons, and of the International College of Surgeons. He was a member of the Board of Partnership for Maternal, Newborn, and Child Health from 2010 to 2014. He served as the chairman of the Assembly of Health, Ministry of Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, from 2010 to 2012. He was chairman of the 60th WHO Regional Committee for African chairman of the country's coordinating mechanism of the Global Fund to fight against AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria from 2012 to 2014. He was the chairman of the Conference of Ministers of Health of the African Union from 2013 to 2014. He was also a member of the Board of Global Fund from 2013 to 2016, and a board member of the African Bureau of the Global Funds and member of the Privilege and Immunities Advisory Group of the Global Fund. Professor C.O. Chukwu was a member of United Nations One Health Global Leaders Group on anti-malaria resistance and the chairman of the National Antimicrobial Use. Professor Chukwu championed the transformation agenda of the president of the health sector with memorable success through his own action. And as the National Minister of Health, he ensured that Nigeria was certified free of guinea worms disease by the WHO in 2013. He established Nigerian Center for Disease Control in 2011, which played a key role in the war against Ebola. It was during his tenure as Minister of Health that the National Health Act 2014 was enacted. He also engineered for his state. He's an alumnus of University of Calabar, Cross River State, and was admitted into the Nigerian bar in 2004. He attended Nigerian Law School and graduated with Barrister Law BL Honors in 2004. He has over 18 years of legal practitioner experience in Nigeria, and he has been active in private legal practice. He's also a well-trained administrator, public relations expert, politician by excellence, and a diplomat with broad industry spanning over 18 years in both private and public sectors of Nigeria. Mr. Joseph Ekumakama has served on the board of several companies before his appointment as the Senior Special Assistant by the Ebonyi State Government between 2015 to 2019. He was appointed Commissioner in charge of the Ministry of Investments and Abuja Licensing, Ebonyi State Government in the year 2019. And thereafter, to be appointed to the Minister of Intergovernment Affairs and Abuja Licensing in 2020. He was made the Honorable Minister of State for Health in Federal Republic of Nigeria on 5th July 2022. He is happily married with his wife, and he also he's happily married to his wife. Thank you. I present to you a representative of our Honorable Minister of State for Health.
Yes, to my boss, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, it's a great honor for me on behalf of the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists to present this award of excellence to you. It's in recognition of your standing leadership qualities, dedication, selflessness, and meritorious service to the nation. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir. We are also honored. Ahmed was born on the 15th of April 1972 in Malabu, Fufore local government of Adamawa State, Nigeria. He attended Command Children's School, Yola, before proceeding to a law government secondary school, Yola, for his secondary school education. He gained admission into the prestigious Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, where he obtained Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery in 1998. He has had his residency training in pathology at ABU Zaria and became a fellow of the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria. In June 2006, he was a Lecturer 1, ABU Zaria 2006-2009, Senior Lecturer 2009-2012, Reader 2012-2015, and was conferred with the professorship in 2015. Also at ABU and ABUTH Zaria, he was head of Department of Pathology 2014-2017, Assistant Dean Postgraduate Faculty of Basic Clinical Sciences, College of Health Sciences 2017-2018. Deputy Director, Directorate of Academic Planning and Monitoring 2018-2019, and Director University Health Services June 2019, February 2020. Professor Aliyu Ahmed has won numerous awards and recognition from local and international bodies, few of which are Development in Nigeria Merit Award in the field of human medicine, July 2010. International Who is Who of Professionals, Historical Society 2011 Appreciation Award, Honorable Minister of Scientific Committee of the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology for the successful hosting and serving as a member of Scientific Committee of the International Genius Science Olympiad 2010. Best Poster Presentation Award at the Nigerian Medical Association Annual Delegate Meeting / Scientific Conference, Extragonadal Teratoma in Zaria. Abuja 2012, Award of Excellence, Overt Developmental Students of Nigeria 2016, the Most Distinguished Humanitarian Arts Award, Federal Medical Center, Gusau 2016. Membership Award, Association of Resident Doctors in Nigeria, Ahmed Bello University, Zaria, 2016. Excellence Award, District Head of Malabu, Adamawa State, 2016. Talba of Malabu District, Adamawa State, 2016, and Global Impact Award from the Association of Molecular Pathology in 2019. He is a fellow of the International College of Surgeons and holds a PhD in gynae pathology. Professor Ahmed is married and blessed with children. He is a Muslim and his hobbies are internet, browsing, and traveling.
It is my pleasure, my MD, to present this Award of Excellence to you from the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists for your exemplary leadership qualities, dedication, distinction, selflessness, and your service to the nation. Congratulations, my MD.
Thank you so much, sir. We are honored to have you. Next, no other person than the People's General.
2001. He was commissioned second lieutenant in the Nigerian Army in May 1980 and retired as a Major General in January 2012. He's an examiner of both the National Postgraduate Medical College and West African College of Surgeons. He's a recipient of many awards and a highly respected senior anesthetist, mentor, and prolific speaker. He's also a critical care physician and has contributed immensely to the improvement of both specialties, locally and internationally. So, welcome with us, Major General Obashino Ayodele Ogunbiyi MNI.
It's a great honor for me to present this award on behalf of Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists to General Dr. Obashino Ogunbiyi MNI. This is in recognition of your excellent and meritorious service to the nation in the field of anesthesia as well as in general service. Also your dedication, selflessness, and the sterling qualities which you currently have. Today you have given us the guest lecture, which was quite apt, and following the historic trend, I'm sure a lot of us have gained so much from this. Congratulations, sir.
his mother's Southwestern Medical Center in Dallas, and there he practiced. Dr. Olumo and Dr. Enohoma in the year 2012, along with other international and local physicians, partnered to carry out the first ever airway workshop in the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists annual conference in Benin. 5 years later, in 2017, he joined the All-African Anesthesia Congress in Abuja, where he and Dr. Olumo also, with other practitioners, carried out advanced airway workshops. Dr. Olumo also was the chairman of the scientific committee during our first virtual anesthetic conference during the pandemic in 2020. He delivered many lectures. He has delivered many lectures in society anesthesia conferences and also in the West African College conferences. He is a fellow of numerous examination bodies, Royal College of Anaesthetists of the UK, and he's board certified in anesthesia and pediatric anesthesia in America. Currently, he is the chairman of the board of trustees of the Society of Airway Management in Nigeria. He is enthusiastic about training Nigerian anesthetists and trainees in research and other practices involving difficult airway, especially in the pediatric anesthesia. Professor Olumo currently serves as the Vice Chairman of Diversity, Equality and Inclusion in his department in Dallas. In this role, he works to assure a diverse, safe and inclusive workplace for all. Thank you very much.
Professor, on behalf of the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists, Executive Council and the board members, I present this award of excellence to Professor Patrick Olumo during the Nigerian Society 30th Annual Scientific Conference and General Meeting of Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists for your exemplary leadership, qualities, dedication, selflessness, and meritorious services to the society.
Thank you so much.
In recognition of your distinguished service as Director of Hospital Services and in a very harmonious with the NSA. Thank you very much.
Center for Excellence in Heart Surgery. He was sponsored by the British Council for training at the World's Greatest Hospital, England, in perfusion techniques. He participated in an anesthesia team for separation of 3 Kojori twins at the UNTH. He relocated to the Nigerian LNNG company in 1999, where he played a vital role with other colleagues at SPDC, Dr. Shola Taiwo and Moses Ohiosemwa, to establish a company hospital that is state-of-the-art. He did additional training as an occupational physician with Queen Victoria University, Liverpool. He became a medical review officer for American Occupational and Environmental Health Society on drugs management in the workplace. He served as an approved doctor for Seafarers Medical, a maritime agency. During period of crisis in Bonny Island, he was involved in emergency evacuation and management of wounded Nigerian soldiers. He enjoys teaching and mentoring of doctors to take on more responsibility and improve on themselves. After retiring at the age of 60 in 2015, he took up yearly renewable contract with Teaching Hospital Department of Anaesthesia. As a result of brain drain that hit the hospital. He can be described as intelligent, very friendly, accommodating, and resilient. No case is too difficult to do if you take time to do a proper pre-operative assessment, communicate effectively with the team is his guide principle. He likes to involve relatives in decision-making over witness patients and respect their belief as regards blood transfusion. He enjoys sports and golf, He is married to a very dedicated wife, Barrister Ozioma Izuora. She was very understanding and patient with his very tight schedule at UNTH. God has blessed his
family with 5 children and 5 grandchildren. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. P.L.A. Uzoro.
I would like to invite his better half to also step forward and serve in appreciation for your immense contribution to the profession of anesthesia. That's appreciation. We appreciate you. Maybe one of your students. So we present this and for all that you have done. Thank you very much. And thanks for your support.
Thank you. You're a beautiful wife. Good job.
Awesome.
Can we have our friends?
Oh, okay.
Okay, look up.
Sorry, just a minute.
I follow. I used to call him by 12 midnight. I said, Zora, do you know how I should do this? You know, and he was very patient with me. He used to reply, and he really helped me. And the wife didn't mind. So thank you.
That's an important comment. Okay. No, not yet. Let's go. Look.
He attended Isoko District Council Primary School in Ekpa from 1961 to 1966, and later Okumakba Grammar School from 1973 to 1978, where he was the senior prefect. He had earlier been admitted to study metallurgy at Ida Polytechnic, Ida Kogi State, which he later abandoned for the pre-degree program admission in 1979 to study medicine at the Sokoto University, now Usman Danfodio University. As one of the pioneer medical students that were transformed to Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, where he graduated with MBBS in 1987. He did his housemanship at the Ahmadu Bello University Teaching Hospital, Zaria, in the year 1987-1988. He did his compulsory NYSC in the year 1988-1989. He started his working career as a medical officer in 1989 at the Usman Danfodio University Teaching Hospital. He proceeded to Lagos University Teaching Hospital, where he obtained the diploma in anesthesia of the West African College of Surgeons. That was in 1998 and 1992. And then he proceeded to University of Ibadan, University College Hospital Ibadan, where he joined residency training and became a fellow of the National Postgraduate Medical College in the year 2004. He was appointed as the first head of Department of Anesthesia, Usman University Teaching Hospital in the year 2005. He has produced so many consultants, some of whom are with us in Nigeria, some outside the country. He has traveled widely to most continents of the world to present scientific papers to the conferences and exhibitions. He has over 30 peer-reviewed scientific papers to his credit and has served as a reviewer to some journals. He is happily married with children and grandchildren. Thank you.
It is I'm very happy and privileged to stand beside my teacher and to read a citation. Let me start on the protocol. Professor Atim Ime Eshet was born on the 25th of June, 1954, to Mr. and Mrs. Ian Omonaga Ian at Uyo, Ijeren Ikoro local government. She attended Methodist Primary School, Ngwani, Enugu, from 1961 to 1965 and completed at Local Authority Primary School, Aba, from 1966 to 1967. Our secondary education was at Egali Memorial Girls Secondary School, Calabar, from 1971 to 1975. Higher education, basic study at College Technology, Calabar, University of Cambridge collaboration. Undergraduate education was at the College of Medical Sciences, University of Calabar, from 1979 to 1984. Our postgraduate qualification fellowship was obtained from National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria and West African College of Surgeons. Professor A.I. Eshet specialized in obstetric anesthesia at King Edward H. Hospital, Durban, under the auspices of World Federation of Society of Anesthesiology in the year 2000. She is member of numerous societies, both medical and non-medical. Professor Eshet is happily married to elder Dr. Ime Nelson Eshet, and the marriage is blessed with 6 lovely children, 9 adorable grandchildren. Join me in congratulating Professor Eshet for this wonderful award.
It is my great pleasure to present to you this award of excellence on behalf of the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists to our mama, Professor Atimu Eshet. Thank you very much, Madam. So I know that our friends are around, and please can you just come forward and let's celebrate our
consultants and anesthetists. I have retired from the National Hospital and I'm working at the Lisa Premier Group of Hospitals now. So I'm going to make it, like I said, a simple lecture so that we all understand the issues, and collectively I would like us to suggest solutions in addition to the ones that I was able to gather. Before I delve into the perioperative period, I would like to, slide number 3, please. I would like to talk about the general problems of Africa. You know, Africa has some problems that are impacting on our life, no matter where we are. So the first on my list is poverty, education, poor quality education, lack of political will, and then late presentation of surgical problems. As a result of this, we find that we tend to have poor access or difficult access to quality surgical services. For a large percentage of our population, this is actually impossible. And so, like I said, on the you will see some of them listed there. So I will start by stating the general problems of the African subcontinent, which unfortunately affects and challenges every aspect of our lives. The most important one is poverty. And then there's slide on GDP. Slide number 4. Slide number 4. So this shows the GDP of many countries in the world. And you can see where Africa is. Africa is low down in this chart. But surprisingly, even in Africa, Nigeria happens to be the richest. But Nigeria is contributing 16.9% to the African GDP. So you can imagine what is happening in other countries in Africa. If we, the way we are, as rich as we are in Africa, we have the experience we are having, you can imagine what obtains in other places. So poverty is closely followed by a lack of proper education. A lack of education, of course, leads to ignorance, so that a lot of people do not even know. Some people don't know what is available, and even when they know, they do not even know how to access it, or they are not able to access it because of the environment in which we find ourselves. So according to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, in its list of most educated countries in the world in 2022, we found that South Africa came number 43. Nigeria did not even feature, with only 15% of its population having acquired any tertiary education, compared to Canada, which had 60%. So compare 50% to 60%. And Nigeria did not feature on that chart, which means Nigeria is even lower down. The third problem is a lack of political will. Most people in positions of authority in Africa, who would otherwise have brought about solutions to these challenges, lack the political will to do so. Now, talking about the peri-operative period, please let me have the slide number 7. The peri-operative period happens to be the cycle in which anesthetists operate. And simply put, that's the period surrounding a surgical procedure. It has the pre-operative period, the intra-operative period, and the post-operative period. So once a decision is made for surgery to take place, that is when the patient starts the journey. So this starts as soon as the decision is made to operate. The period is typically divided into 3 distinct times: the pre-operative period, the intra-operative period, and the post-operative period. I would like to add, however, that some of our challenges due to ignorance and poverty occur as a result of late presentation of surgical problems. As mentioned above, access to health facilities is a huge limitation for a large portion of the population, especially in the rural areas. Transportation, bad roads, or even inaccessible roads, lack of money, fear of kidnappers, and attack by bandits are some of the problems mitigating against easy movement and therefore easy access to health facilities. For example, if you remember the sizes of myomas that we encounter in our hospitals, the sizes of thyroid tumors, and patients with gut perforation presenting
onset pain is mild and later accelerates to moderate and severe.
No, they say you can use one.
Neuroendocrine stress response. Pain is a potent inducer of uterine muscle contraction. Pressure of the baby on the cervix also induces neuroendocrine stress response. Pain relief in labor obtains pain and its adverse effect while the uterine contraction remains unaltered. By way of definition, that is by the International Association of the Study of Pain, there is a modification there, and that's the one I'm using. Pain is an unpleasant sensory and emotional experience. This may be due to or influenced by ignorance, sociocultural beliefs, and religious beliefs. A study was conducted by ACPAN, SG, ASHIP, AI, and others to assess the attitude of Nigerian mothers to labor pain and its relief. 110 mothers were evaluated 24 hours after normal delivery. Majority of the women were literate, 94 of them, coming 85.5%. Of the 110 mothers, 100 were not aware of any method of pain relief in labor. 5 of them, however, had experience with parenteral opioid, that is injectable analgesic. 52 of them reported that labor was unbearable, while 58 claimed that labor pain was bearable. Even those that say that it was bearable, that is 58 mothers, 33 of them screamed in reaction to labor pain. A total of 57 of them will request and accept epidural analgesia in subsequent deliveries, while 53 will not accept any form of pain relief in labor. There is no other circumstance where it is considered acceptable for a person to experience severe pain, amenable to safe intervention while under a physician's care. That was by ASA, American Society of Anaesthetists, and that of Obstetrics and Gynecology. The International Association for the Study of Pain had declared 2007 and 2008 as the global year against pain in women. Stages of labor. Labor is divided into 4 stages. First, this begins with the onset of regular uterine contraction and ends with full dilatation of the cervix. The second stage, this progresses from full dilatation of the cervix to the delivery of the baby. The third stage, also known as the afterbirth, this is the stage of delivery of the placenta. And the fourth stage now added is the stage of recovery. Labor takes 12 to 24 hours for first delivery. This is quite agonizing without pain relief. Subsequent childbirth takes 8 to 10 hours or could be less. Labor pain has 2 components. Visceral pain, this occurs during the first stage of labor. It is caused by the contraction of the muscles of the uterus and the dilatation of the cervix. That's the pregnant woman for you. That is the baby and all the innovation. Early labor, that is the latent phase. Completely closed cervix dilates to 3 centimeters. At this point, labor pain is mild. Pain lasts for 30 to 45 seconds and occurs every 5 to 10 minutes. That is the dermatome for pain. Active labor, the cervix dilates from 4 centimeters to 7 centimeters. Contraction becomes stronger, excruciating. Lasts longer, 45 to 60 seconds, and 3 to 5 minutes interval between each contraction. You have the transient phase. This is the last stage before the birth of the baby. At this time, the cervix is fully dilated. Could be 8 cm or 10 cm. Contractions are more intense, more excruciating and prolonged, lasting 60 seconds to 90 seconds, and the interval closely spaced. First pregnancy, epidural analgesia is provided when the cervix is 4 to 5 centimeters dilated. Multiple pregnancy, you can do that when the cervix is 3 cm to 4 cm dilated. Labor pain, as the adverse effect of labor pain. It causes the inhibition of the gastrointestinal system, resulting in an increase in gastric volume. Delays gastric emptying with consequent risk of regurgitation and aspiration. It causes urinary retention and inhibition of the uterine contraction, resulting in prolonged labor. Hyperventilation with resultant respiratory alkalosis This impairs uterine muscle contraction and also causes prolonged induced stress response will cause the following: release of catecholamines, elevation of the blood pressure, increased peripheral resistance, maternal vasoconstriction leading to reduction in blood flow to the baby, decreased blood flow to the fetus, prolonged labor will cause maternal exhaustion and fetal hypoxemia. Why no woman should endure the excruciating pain of labor? First of all, fear, apprehension, and anxiety can further enhance pain perception. Severe pain can produce significant post-delivery emotional disturbance. This maternal emotional disturbance may hinder further reproductive process. Increased gastric volume with increased risk of regurgitation, vomiting, aspiration, acid, pneumonitis, impairment of uterine contraction, prolonged labor, fetal distress, and you may have fetal demise. Induced stress response, what I have mentioned is.
This evening I'll be presenting life support skills capacity building. We want to share our recent experience from Nigeria's NSOAP. These are my co-authors. Okay, now in 2015, World Health Assembly mandated all countries to incorporate essential surgical services and emergencies into their universal health coverage. And in response to that, countries came up with NSOAP, that's National Surgical Obstetric Anesthesia Plan, but Nigeria introduced nursing. So Nigeria is actually the first to introduce nursing to the plan. So in 2019, Nigeria launched, its NSOAP, and part of the pilot projects deployed was basic life support skills training and pediatric advanced life support, PASS life support training. And the main objective, as we're going to see next, is to update the knowledge and skills of healthcare providers according to the American Nurse Association guidelines across the 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria. Now, AHA, every 5 years, they review the guidelines and they update it. Not just for CPR, for some of the other courses they also offer. And NSOAP partnered with Smile Train to deploy these trainings. The trainings were conducted by American Arts Association certified instructors under the Smile Train African Training Center. So phase 1 was conducted last year, and what we did was 24 participants were nominated from each of the 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria, making a total of 144. These participants were from government hospitals and other Smile Train partner hospitals. And they included anaesthetists, pediatric surgeons, pediatricians, cleft surgeons, and medical officers in some centers, so they don't actually have residency program. But they have doctors also attending to other patients and attending to pediatric patients as well. It was fully residential. Training materials were sent ahead of time according to the AHA protocol for participants to go through before coming for the training. The training took place, that's the phase 1. For Southwest, it was in Lagos. For Southeast, it was in Enugu, South Port Harcourt, Northwest Kano, Gombe, Northeast, and North Central Abuja. I hope I didn't mix that one up. Then in phase 2 was actually conducted in collaboration with West African College of Surgeons. And that was this year, and the venue was Lagos for 24 participants in batches of 12 each. Now, a total of 168 healthcare providers have been trained, and 2 new instructors too were trained. because we realized that to be able to move across, to increase the spread of the training, there will be need for more instructors to be trained. Then some of the things we identified gaps in advanced life support skills, as we're going to see when I go through the result of feedbacks from participants. And like we said here, some of the feedbacks, the participants acknowledge that they have been empowered to approach managing emergencies in a more systematic way. Now, 91.7%, strongly agreed that there's better understanding of the components of high-quality CPR after the training. They got better understanding of, the components of high-quality CPR. Now, this response is from the last PALS training, just one of the PALS training, that's the Pediatric Advanced Life Support training, not from the total. And of interest is that this particular group, we're actually the leader in resuscitation. So these are the responses we got from this group. 75% strongly agreed that the training improved their knowledge and skills in operating a manual defibrillator, while 66.7% strongly agreed that they are more confident about being able to properly handle emergencies that require BLS and PALS. Then 75% agreed that there's better understanding of team dynamics and its impact on patients' health care, because we don't work in isolation during resuscitation, we work as a group. Then also 72.7% strongly agreed that using the systematic approach of evaluate, identify, and intervene prevents omission of critical clinical signs and reduces delay in intervention. Now, this is one of the it's in the curriculum of PALS, this systematic approach. So 73% agree that, using this approach, you will hardly miss out, identifying critical situations that will require early intervention. And these are some of the pictures taken during the training. That's another group during the training, one of the trainings. So in conclusion, healthcare providers' life support skills and knowledge should be regularly updated. And that is why for BLS and PALS, according to the AHA guideline, the certificate needs to be renewed every 2 years. Then also, we have seen that this training has had positive impact on quality and safety of service delivery as intended by NSOP. Because service delivery is one of the entry points identified by NSOP, apart from infrastructure and other things, and they deployed life support capacity building as one of the projects. We want to appreciate SMILE Train. They sponsored the training. The Federal Ministry of Health, in collaboration, West African College of Surgeons and National Postgraduate Medical College of Surgeons and other bodies were also in partnership to ensure that the training was conducted as per the AHA protocol. Thank you.
Sir, regarding the presentation, I'm only concerned because you said that for patients whose GCS were more than 13, and the other part was GCS less than 9. I'm concerned that one of the, because GCS more than and less than 9 would say severe loss of consciousness. But I was wondering, perhaps if you had looked at mortality, maybe because you said that shorter stay in hospital, is it that there was no mortality? So perhaps, I don't know if it could be another good indication of how successful that was if you had looked at maybe, let's say, a month mortality or mortality.
Poor. Actually, they are correct when they say resource poor, because for you to say you are resourceful, you need to create a congruency between the hardware available and the human skill set to use them. If you have video laryngoscope and you lack the skill set to deploy it at the right time and to which patient to deploy it, you are resource poor. It is just available. In fact, it's better you don't have. You could have ketamine, midazolam, but you have human skill set and you are not resource poor. So in our centers globally, I'm talking about globally now, we have paucity of uniform protocols, what to do, what not to do, when do you deploy, what are the indicators to measure them. So that absence of the protocol itself is creating that resource poverty. So if you deploy, I'll give an example, there are centers with CM. We have, most tertiary institutions now have, what do you call it, ultrasound machines. But do you know, yes, tertiary institutions, ultrasound machines, they have, some have two. But if I ask you, you will realize that a lot of them still ask patients who have symptoms of pneumonia of just a week or a few days to go ahead and do a chest x-ray. And we all know, age long, that it's useless to do that chest x-ray. When the ultrasound is there, can be used to diagnose pneumonia long before your chest x-ray can be of help. But the reason is because we do not have the skill set to utilize it. So the use of resource poor is actually proper. It's not in the context of just hardware. You hear them showing. They are also implying the human skill set is either not available or insufficient. I guess in your center, you only 2 consultants. If your center like they should pull in all the ventilators in the world, you will still become resource poor. Because by the time we move in patients to utilize those hardware, 2 of you either collapse within 1 week. So at the end of the day, globally, you are still resource poor. But if you say we are hardware resource poor, it becomes very precise. The presenter of the hijab, the veil, actually, this phenomenon is underreported. And the reason why they are seeing 2 is because it's in Abuja. Well, what is that? They saw 3. Those of us that are living in Malawi, close to Benin Republic, is a daily occurrence. In fact, the last case I saw has transaction of a larynx. And the reason is very clear. The means of food processing carries a very high risk for them. And their mode of dressing too, not necessarily because it was hijab.
Medical association, I've seen them in Kano, they are very active. And I know they are very, very aggressive. So if you bring this, I think you can organize it, I think to go a long way. Just a wide coverage. I think there's a misconception that a woman must always stay like that. It is wrong. You all know I'm a Muslim, but you know the way some of the ulama just advocate it, like extremism. No, it's not like that. In a workplace like that, everybody knows that you have to dress the way you have to remain safe when you're operating such machineries. And it is important because I know over the past few years, politicians distribute all these grinding machines to them.
Thank you very much. Dr. Omo Ekene, it's my pleasure on behalf of the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists to make this presentation to you for your contributions that have been selfless to the society, to your community, and to clinical service in your hospital. Thank you very much on behalf of the society. Congratulations. And madam, thank you. Because behind every successful man, there is a woman, and your coming down shows that you are a true support.
And behind every successful man, there is a successful receptor to accommodate the woman. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we are sorry that we had to bring forward the award. It's because duty calls and the wife has to travel very early in the morning. So she came specifically to support him
for the award. Madam, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. And we also want to congratulate him. He's been head of Department of Anesthesia in his hospital, and now he's the Chairman Medical Advisory Committee, and we're professing that he will soon become the Medical Director. Congratulations.
The aim is to find out how we can prevent this and reduce the insults you can get from ventilating these patients. The use of alkanized intracough like Nocaine has been shown in the past to be beneficial in trauma in patients post-operatively, in patients that were in intra-op and post-operative effects. But it's only one study we found that was used in ICU, that's in 2013, by Basuni. The challenges being that even in our own environment, opioids, especially in our own environment as of African nations, are quite expensive. So it's a challenge using that as an adjunct when you want to sedate patients. So 60 trauma patients were recruited for the study that lasted about 8 months, and they were divided into 2 groups. Group A taking intracough alkanized like Nocaine, inflated into the cough, and Group B had air. While the cough pressure was maintained between 20 to 25 centimeters of water, the sedative and analgesic were maintained with midazolam and fentanyl infusions. Now, the behavioral pain score was maintained between 2 to 4 for all patients, and when the behavioral pain score increases by more than 5, that infusion was increased. Also, they had adjuncts of tramadol and paracetamol added. The primary outcome was to find the proportion of patients with 25% decrease in the total midazolam and fentanyl doses during the study period. We also assessed hemodynamic changes, frequency, patient ventilator and synchrony, to include ineffective trickling and double trip. 131 patients were screened. We now got 30 patients in each group, and at the end, we lost 4 patients in the intracough alkanized like Nocaine group and 7 patients in the intracough air group, having 26 to 23 patients. The demographics were basically the same for both groups, but as with trauma patients, we had more males than female, 45 males to 1 48 males to 1 female in the study. The proportions that needed less, the proportion of that needed less than 25% fentanyl and midazolam requirements compared to the standardized dose as used in our setting. The study both groups showed a better effect for that of intracough air, intracough alkanized like Nocaine to intracough air, with more statistical significance for both fentanyl and midazolam. The results, when we compared the total dose of fentanyl and midazolam needed, we found more that the intracough alkanized like Nocaine group needed less fentanyl and midazolam compared to the intracough air group, with the percentage reductions as indicated there, ranging from 25 to 32%. Now, assessing their parameters, when we assess the mean arterial pressure, the patients that had intracough alkanized like Nocaine were more stable throughout the 24 hours study period compared to the mean arterial pressure of the patients that had the intracough air group, as shown in that. Now, when we assess the peak inspiratory pressure for these patients over 24 hours at recorded times, we also noted a better effect, more tolerated. The patients with intracough alkanized group were more stable compared to the patients with intracough air. And even more, when it comes towards the 10th to the 20th hour, the intracough patients intubated with intracough air had more airway pressure and more patient ventilator asynchronous. We took a 20 minutes period at the 18th hour. We downloaded the waveform and now read it with an EDF reader. Now, this is just one of the charts that showed, after recording it, those blue arrows, those blue arrows was showing us the period of ineffective triggering. We compared this, and this is just one of the charts, and the formal result we got, ineffective triggering, though not statistically significant, but was more beneficial than the track of air. It was more on break stacking that was statistically significant from our. Now in the
children, not just the pediatric surgeons. Children constitute a high-risk group for perioperative complications for the reason of their unique anatomy and physiology. Some may require critical care post-operatively, and the indications for admission into the ICUs vary for multifactorial reasons. The objectives of this study were to review the pattern and the outcomes of admission of all pediatric patients who required intensive care following surgery at UPTH. And our method was, it was a retrospective study that collected relevant data of children from the anesthesia intensive care registers over the period of January to 2021 to October 2022. And the findings were analyzed in SPSS with the following features, and the results were recorded by frequencies and percentages. This is a table of results showing the demographical and clinical parameters, and we see that out of a total of 604 surgeries done on children, 21 needed ICU admission, that is 3.5%. The mean age is there. There was a male predilection, and ASAs 3 and 4 classification were accounted more for the admissions into ICU post-op, that is 38.1%. Most of the children had general anesthesia for their surgeries, and the mortality rate was 5 out of 21, which represents 23.8%, while 16 of them were discharged home. This is a chart showing the nature of surgeries that needed ICU admission. More were elective surgeries.
Clinical profile of children admitted in a general ICU and outcomes at the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital, River State. These are my co-authors. I have no conflict of interest to declare, and I'll make this presentation using this outline. We operate a general semi-closed ICU in our center. Now, the intensive care unit is dedicated for care of the critically ill, and as we all know, children also come down with critical condition, and as such, they also require critical care management. Ideally, they are being managed in pediatric intensive care units. For those that come down with trauma or burns, we have the trauma center or burn center to manage them. They could also be managed in specialized ICUs like the neuro ICU or cardiac ICU. And we operate a general ICU, and which is what is obtainable in most of our centers around. The objective of this study was to analyze or assess the pattern of admissions and outcomes in children admitted between January 2021 to October 2022, which is a period of 22 months. This was a retrospective study that was done. Now, SPSS version 25 was used to analyze this information gotten. Now, in our results, a total of 430 patients were admitted over this period, and we have 11% of these were children. We had nearly twice more males than females who were admitted, and the mean age was 7.0 plus or minus 5 years, and the mean duration of stay in ICU was 5.6 plus or minus 6.3 days. Now, this is the primary diagnosis necessitating ICU admission in these patients, and as you can see, post-operative care accounted for the highest number of admissions. Now, these are the admitting specialties, and as you can see, surgical specialties for post-operative care accounted for nearly 45% of these admissions. And the surgical specialties are broken down, as you can see. Pediatric surgery team accounted for the highest. Now, these are the surgeries done for these patients. As we can see, exploratory laparotomy was the highest indication for admissions of these children into the ICU. The indications or reason why these children were admitted into the ICU was for post-operative care, as we have noted, low GCS and cardiorespiratory support. These are the complications that were seen while these children were being managed in the ICU. It's also interesting to know that some of these complications were present prior to the time of admission. Now, this table is to give us the outcome. As you can see, about 53% of these admissions ended in mortality, while the rest, about 46%, were either discharged or transferred to other wards. Outcome and association factors, as seen in this illustration, indication for admission, the nature of the disease, the specialty and complications, where they all had significant correlations with the outcome in these patients. Now, from our study, we were able to see that about 1/10 of all ICU admissions were children, and we have more males being admitted than females. A good number of these were post-operative patients, and this specialty that had the highest number of admissions was the pediatric surgery team. The outcome, complications and mortality, we had severe brain injuries. More of the patients who had severe brain injuries, patients that have pediatric neurologic conditions or neuromuscular disorders, had poorer outcome.
Tachycardia following herbal injection, a case report. It's actually my resident that's supposed to present this case, but she put to bed about 5 days ago. Presenting. Supraventricular tachycardia is a dysarthria originating at above the atrioventricular node and is defined by a narrow complex QRS less than 120 milliseconds at a rate greater than 100 beats per minute. The incidence is approximately 35 cases per 100,000 patients, with a prevalence of 2.25 cases per 1,000 in the general population. Manifestations of supraventricular tachycardia are quite variable. Patients may be asymptomatic, or they may present with minor palpitations or more severe symptoms. Results from electrophysiological studies have helped to determine that the pathophysiology of SVT involves abnormalities in impulse formation and conduction pathways. Rare complications of paroxysmal supraventricular tachycardia include myocardial infarction, congestive heart failure, syncope, and sudden death. We present Mr. ZW, a 45-year-old civil servant. He has no known comorbidity, no relevant past medical history, no family history of sudden death, hypertension, or diabetes, and no prior surgical intervention or hospital admissions. He presented to our emergency department as a referral from a peripheral hospital with a day history of retrocranial chest pain, palpitations, and breathlessness. Then there are symptoms of sudden onset starting a few minutes after he ingests alcohol herbal concussion. That's when the symptoms began, and then there was no relieving factors. He has no prior similar occurrence before. He's not on any medication, consumes alcoholic beverages occasionally, does not smoke, does not consume psychoactive drugs, no known food or drug allergies. Our findings include a middle-aged man in respiratory distress, no pain and enteric sinus, no pedal edema. On the cardiovascular system, he had a heart rate of 230 beats per minute. Blood pressure was 96/66 meters of mercury. The JVP was elevated. The herpes, there was active precordium and diffuse herpes. Then the heart sound were S1 and S2. On the respiratory system, he had good hair entry bilaterally, vesicular breath sound, and the SpO2 was 90% on room air and 96% on simple face mask. On central nervous system, was fully conscious and alert but restless. There was nothing significant on the abdominal presentation. So these are the results of the full blood count, the urine electrolytes, and the liver function test done.
And we'll do some scientific sessions and complete the awards that we couldn't take today because some people came specifically for that. and they may have to leave before the end of the conference. Then we will have the launching will continue, and tomorrow also there is election. All those that want to vote or be voted for, please pay your annual dues so that you can get the link to vote and be voted for. Then there is the AGM. Please, that will be after lunch. Let's come prepared. And of course, we know tomorrow is our dinner. After the AGM and elections, we will celebrate the incoming ESCO, the new ESCO, during the AGM, during the gala dinner. So those are the announcements. I don't know if LOC has any announcement.
This informs the need of dedicated pediatric anesthetists who have the appropriate skills and competencies. So our aim was to determine the number of pediatric anesthetists in Nigeria and their perceived skills and competencies in pediatric-specific procedures. We used an online Google form administered to 255 members of Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists via WhatsApp. And it was clearly stated that only pediatric anesthetists should fill the Google form. Questions were tailored to determine institution of practice, formal training in pediatric anesthesia, if any, years of experience, appropriate equipment, availability, proficiency in pediatric airway management, in peripheral nerve blocks, in caudal blocks, subarachnoid blocks, epidurals, and in invasive lines insertion. 26 anesthetists identified as pediatric anesthetists. The majority of them identified as pediatric anesthetists due to their experience. And then 27% identified as pediatric anesthetists due to interest in pediatric anesthesia, while 15% identified as pediatric anesthetists because they had undergone subspecialty training in pediatric anesthesia for a duration of 6 months to 1 year. So our respondents, most of them anesthetized 15 to 20 or more than 20 children monthly, while 7.7%, anesthetized 5 to 10 children per month, and only one respondent anesthetizes less than 5 children monthly. For number of neonates anesthetized monthly, the majority of respondents anesthetized 2 to 5 neonates monthly, while for infants, it was more evenly distributed, 31%, 38%. For those that anesthetized greater than 10 infants monthly, 5 to 10 monthly, and 2 to 5 monthly. Almost all the pediatric anesthetists reported expert or high efficiency with tracheal intubation in neonates and infants. When it came to central venous catheter insertion, 23% of the pediatric anesthetists had never placed a central line. 15% reported no proficiency, and 8% reported low proficiency in insertion of central lines. For arterial line insertion, 42% had never tried inserting arterial lines. 8% reported no proficiency, and 19% reported low proficiency. That's over 60% of no proficiency or low proficiency or never tried. For proficiencies in pediatric neurexal anesthesia, for expert and high proficiencies, caudal block recorded the highest percent, over 70%. Lumbar epidural recorded the lowest percent, about 32%, while subarachnoid block recorded about 48% of expert and high proficiencies. For never attempted, only 3.8% of respondents had never attempted a caudal block.
34.6% of respondents have never attended a lumbar epidural, while 19.2% have never attended a subarachnoid block. For proficiency in peripheral nerve blocks, never tried, 34.6%, not proficient, 11.5%, low proficiency, 19.2%. That's over 60% of low and no proficiency. Most respondents had appropriate equipment for children in their institutions, but 26.9% reported that they lacked appropriate size or pediatric-specific equipment, such as airway equipment, monitoring equipment, ventilation equipment, and warmers. This study shows that there is still need for more training of our pediatric anesthetists. Skills like neurological blocks, peripheral nerve blocks, insertion of invasive lines need to be emphasized and opportunities created for these pediatric anesthetists to learn them. Because the blocks have been shown to markedly improve anesthesia and postoperative analgesia. And then invasive lines are very important for our critically ill patients and for those major surgeries. Short courses may be sufficient for established pediatric anesthetists. However, pediatric anesthesia subspecialization programs should incorporate the aforementioned skills/trainings in their curriculum. Equipment for pediatric anesthesia is still a major problem in many hospitals. And we all know that using wrong size equipment in children can be disastrous. We should advocate for the right equipment. In conclusion, gaps exist in the skills of Nigerian pediatric anesthetists in advanced vascular access and regional techniques. A good number of pediatric anesthetists are practicing without required equipment and consumables.
All right, sorry about that. Okay. So as I earlier said, Beckwith-Whitman syndrome is a growth disorder common in children, and it has been said to be caused by changes in the chromosome 11, and it usually results in overgrowth due to misexpression of growth genes. And the common features that have been found in Beckwith-Whitman syndrome are these. In fact, some people call it triad. And these are macrosomia, macroglossia, hypoglycemia, ventral wall defects, as well as hypertrophy. So this is a case summary of one of our patients, a pediatric patient that we anesthetized, and a 15-month-old female that was diagnosed. It was actually referred to a tertiary hospital following delivery, and was delivered spontaneously per vaginal. Birth weight was 3.5 kg, and the diagnosis was made postnatally due to the presence of these features, macroglossia, amphalocele, and transient hypoglycemia. However, there was no coexisting cardiac abnormalities. So after some period, because this patient was actually on conservative management for the omphalocele, so the surgery for the glossoplasty was actually delayed for some time. So by the time the patient was coming on preoperative evaluation, there were no challenges in the developmental milestone except the speech, the liver function test, echocardiography, and other renal function tests were essentially normal. So on examination, she was a female toddler with large protruding tongue, drooling saliva. The current weight at the time was 10 kg, and the Malapati score was 4. So preparation for anesthesia was made, and these are the things that we were prepared for anesthesia. The patient was the available bougies, supraglottic airway devices, various laryngoscope plates, the small size tracheal tubes, and the consultant anesthetist was present. So on the table, patient was medicated with glycopyrrolate, as one of the challenges with this patient was draining of saliva, siluria. So the patient was induced with inhalational agents following the difficult airway algorithm. So the oropharyngeal airway was also inserted. This is to facilitate the delivery of oxygen during mass ventilation. And after this was established, succinylcholine was administered. So the approach was nasolaryngea. And as you can see, also the shoulder roll was applied also to facilitate the alignment of the axis. So the first attempt was actually unsuccessful by the senior registrar. However, on the second attempt by the consultant anaesthetist, the patient was successfully intubated with a reinforced endotracheal tube with the aid of Matthew forceps. So tube confirmation correct placement was done with capnography. Oropharynx was packed with gauze, wet gauze, and the patient was maintained on ISO with atracurium. Analgesia were given, fentanyl, paracetamol with suppository diclofenac, and the surgery lasted for about 3 hours, 27 minutes. Okay, so post-operatively, while the patient was extubated in theater and was subsequently transferred to the post-anesthetic care unit. Patient received post-operative analgesia, antibiotics. Feeding was commenced via NG2. This is a picture of the child at the 5th day post-op on the ward. So the discussion. Becky-Whitman syndrome is known as a growth, is characterized by overgrowth of tissues and organs in the body. And one of the commonest features is macrosomia, which is usually a challenge to the anesthetist. As we anesthetists, we usually want to get rid of the tongue so as to see the larynx and the glottis, rather. So this is talking about incidence. So for these patients, some other studies have been done, and for this kind of patient, it is good to anticipate difficult airway, as earlier described. And this patient actually there was draining of saliva, difficulty in breathing, feeding, swallowing, and speech. Also, there are other congenital anomalies that actually however, they were not present in this child, which could have been complicated anesthesia for this patient. Careful preventative review and plan of anesthesia is necessary to achieve good outcome. So in this patient, potential difficult airway intubation was anticipated, and siluria was controlled with the use of antisyllago, and the sevoflurane with spontaneous ventilation was used for induction. As some other study also buttressed the difficult airway, difficulty in intubation in this category of patients. So important to use difficult airway algorithm. Then area of concern for these patients is post-operatively due to the secretions that these patients are prone to and the effect of surgery on the tongue. They're likely to have some post-operative airway obstruction. And Iwabuchi et al. Mechanically ventilated a patient for 3 days to prevent this airway obstruction from secretions in the mouth and the dermatostome. However, Odela Vaga and Co. extubated their patients successfully in the theater without complications, which the index patient was extubated in the theater as well. And these factors that we've seen to contribute to successful extubation of a patient with Becky-Whitman syndrome undergoing glossoplasty is the surgical techniques. In this patient, the surgical technique that was used was antisalagos, use of steroid, and the positioning of the patient. Okay. So in conclusion, anesthesia in a patient with Peters-Wiedemann syndrome has to be carefully planned, administered, and tailored to the patient. Difficult airway may be encountered. So thank you. These are my references.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adetayo, for the first presentation. So we'll move on to the last presentation for this session, and that is Pediatric Anesthesia Society of Nigeria, HASON, the birth of the new society. It's a virtual presentation which will be given by Professor I. Desa.
Dubai travel I need to reach here, and it's a pleasure, to meet you and to be with you today. My name is Mohammed Alaouni. I'm Director of Clinical Education with GE Healthcare. We are based in Dubai, and we are covering the region of Middle East, Africa, Turkey, and Central Asia. Okay, so the topic we will share with you today is about adequacy of anesthesia. While we are talking to anesthesiologists and in Anesthesia Congress, I believe that we would like to share with you the tools that may help you during, putting your patient to sleep, anesthetize him safely, and make sure that you deliver a tailored therapy. Can we change to next, please? It's not working. Okay. So we would like to reflect on COVID and pandemic. It was bad. The good thing, you were the heroes and you did a great job. But COVID opened our eyes on something good, that we need a solution. So when we talk about peri-op care area, we need a complete solution. With GE Healthcare, we have the full solution from gas delivery to monitoring. And when we talk about monitoring here, we talk about respiratory monitoring, hemodynamics, cardiac, neurology, and one of the special ones for OR or anesthesia is adequacy of anesthesia. In addition to that, we have the ultrasound in case you want to use it for some cases. Okay, so when you take your patient to the theater and you want to anesthetize him, you are going to give a certain medication, and these medications need to be measured, like the effect of this medication, and we need the tools to tell you, is patient receiving the right dose? Is he responding? Is he anesthetized well? When you prepare to extubate him and to send him to recovery, can you send him safely, like to extubate and send him without any residual effect in his body? When the surgeon telling you, for example, I'm going to close within 10 minutes, are you ready by that time to extubate and to send your patient out? Let us see. Can you click from your side, please? I don't know, it's not working. Can you click next? Okay, so we have a tools in GE. For example, when it comes to unconsciousness and amnesia, we have clinical measurements and parameter, we call it entropy. So entropy simply, it will tell you about level of hypnosis. Either you are using the gases or you are using IV hypnotics agent. So the parameter, it will tell you if the patient sleeping well, or he's awake, or he's going to recall an event after the surgery. When it comes to pain monitoring and anteroception, we have the SPI, which is the surgical breath index. So while you are administering the painkillers or the pain, managing the pain for your patient, it will give you an indication, it will give you a number, and it will tell you as an indicator if the patient is receiving the right dose of the analgesia. When it comes to immobility, we have the neuromuscular transmitter. It's a module where you can assess the effect of an MBS, and you have the freedom to choose the mode of stimulation, train 4 double bass, single twitch, post-tetanic count, and the monitor will notify you if you decide like 2 counts is a recovery and you can top up during the case. In addition to that, the hemodynamics and autonomic stability being monitored, and you have a full parameter and the clinical measurements giving you an indication what's happening with your patient. Okay, you know I like anesthesiologists a lot. Why? Because they make a very nice cocktail of drugs and they administer it to their patient. They take them into a journey. They go like, 30, 40,000 feet, and then they land safely. An anesthesiologist in UAE, he told me a joke. He said, I'm the best drug dealer. I said, why? He said, I make a cocktail no one else can make it. I can administer it to my patient, and safely I can bring him back to the land. Like we took off, then we land safely. And I agree with them. So the tools we have, it's not only telling you, for example, the effect of the muscle relaxant or the pain or the single medication. It will show you the synergy between these medications, because some of them, as you know, that they have a minor effect and major effect in certain aspect in anesthesia. So, sorry for that. Okay, so what do we have in our monitor? Again, anesthesiologist, he told me this is my radar. Why? As you can see, this is your screen. He said, anesthesia machine with monitor is my cockpit. During induction, this is taxi, then take off, soaring, then landing. So I need a radar. So what does the monitor will give you here? It will give you a kind of a radar. It's a dot moving, taking information from the entropy, which is for hypnosis, from relaxation, immobility, and MT, from pain monitoring, SPI, and it gather it in one view, the balance view, where the dot is moving and dynamic, telling you where it was the patient and where he's heading. And your input here is to make it in the middle, like to adjust your medication, either the gases or IV medication you are giving, and to make sure that your patient is receiving the right dose. If we look at, okay, so here before the starting, when you start the induction, so you have the tools. For example, entropy, patient awake, so he's 90 and above. An MT, if you are using train 4, there will be 4 counts, 90 and above. SPI, if we put it on for the pain, it's 90 and above. So we are using the same criteria here. You start your induction, for example, entropy at certain stage, telling you this is, okay, telling you this is a good time for intubation. During the case, again, you have the same parameters here, and you can see how is the patient is behaving. If you want to give a top-up, and you can administer the needed dose for your patient. When you want to prepare him for extubation, so entropy again will go back to 90. He's awake, cooperative, an MT 4 counts, train 490 and above. You can extubate him, you can take the tube, he can breathe by his own, and you can send him to recovery free of pain, like SPI is 30. In the previous lecture, the doctor, she said about the palliative with the cancer patient you need to start inside OR during the surgery to make sure they are pain-free when you send them to recovery. So here is the target zone, and this will guide you and telling you what you can do and how you can manage your patient. Okay, the important thing is that we talk about modularity, so there is no standalone devices. All of these modules plugged into your monitor, and you can have one reading and you can have one screen. All data is there, even for follow-up and studies if you want to do. There is many papers and white papers done by clinicians showing the patient safety, the cost effectiveness, and the better utilization of OR. It's available on our website, a clinical view. And we would like to invite you to our booth. We are sitting outside. We can discuss with you adequacy of anesthesia, low flow anesthesia, and lung recruitment.
Comparative analgesic efficacy and safety of epidural plain bupivacaine 0.5% alone and epidural plain bupivacaine 0.5% with tramadol as an additive in lower limb orthopedic surgeries. Epidural anesthesia implies the deposition of local anesthetic agent with or without an additive into the epidural space, which results in the autonomic sensory and motor blockade. The tramadol, a centrally acting opioid-like drug with analgesic effect and fewer side effects than the typical opioid, has been administered through various routes, including the epidural route. Tramadol, when introduced into the epidural space, transverses into the subarachnoid space through the intravertebral foramina. The need for the preservative-free tramadol for intrathecal or epidural use is essential. The lipophilic opioids rapidly transverses to dura, where they are sequestered into the epidural fan and enter into the circulation.
So we conducted a cross-sectional descriptive paper-based survey using the Hospital Survey on Patient Safety, the English version 1. Okay. The instrument is specially designed for healthcare workers, and the scaling of the answers there are from 1 to 5, indicating strongly disagree to strongly agree. And there are 42 items that are grouped into 12 composites, depending on the factor construct, underlying factor construct. And for each of the items, composite scores of more than 75% are deemed strong. There are areas of strength, and scores of 50 and below are weak and require improvement. So these are the composites. There are 12 of them, 12 composites. Okay. Okay. We surveyed 112 operating room personnel at National Orthopedic Hospital Enugu, consultant surgeons, resident surgeons, nurse anesthetists, and perioperative nurses. What of consultants and resident anesthesiologists? We didn't take them into consideration because the instrument recommends that you need a minimum of 5 participants in each group. Okay, so that was the design of the instrument. The producers of the instrument recommend that you need a minimum of that. And at National Orthopedic Hospital Enugu, we are just 3 consultants. So that disqualified us from consideration in the study, but we went ahead with other partners in the operating room environment.
Because they couldn't make it due to some exigency. So this is a study determining the efficacy of caudal ketamine with bupivacaine versus caudal bupivacaine alone for hemiotomy. The University of Benin Teaching Institute. Caudal anesthesia is the most frequently used regional technique for umbilical procedures in pediatric age group, and is found to be quite an effective technique. A single caudal injection provides analgesia only usually for the duration of action of that local anesthetic being used. Most children undergo subumbilical operations and will require further analgesia during the post-operative period. And this has influenced a lot of investigators to search for other means of providing analgesia for this group of patients. The aim of this study was to evaluate the quality of caudal analgesia in children scheduled for hemiotomy using a combination of caudal-less ketamine and plain bupivacaine versus just caudal bupivacaine alone at the UBTH. The objective was to determine the proportion of children who will be pain-free using the OPS scale, comparing just caudal bupivacaine versus caudal and preservative-free ketamine up to 6 hours in the post-operative period. Also to determine the time to first analgesic requirements. Sorry about the cloudiness of the slide. The population was drawn from pediatric patients scheduled for unilateral hemiotomy at the UBTH hospital. Because ketamine, preservative-free ketamine is not routinely available, so had to get permission from NAFDAC for the importation of preservative-free ketamine for this study before ethics approval was gotten and recruitment started. Patients included ASA 1 and 2 children between the ages of 2 and 6 for unilateral hemiotomy. Exclusion criteria included parent or guardian refusal, patients who were for day cases because of course we wouldn't have been able to assess them in the post-operative period, patients known to be allergic to bupivacaine or ketamine, and those requiring large volume septic spots in the lumbosacral region, neurological disease or sacral bone deformity. So ethical approval was obtained. Written informed consent was obtained from the patients, their parents, and their guardian. 66 children were randomly assigned into 2 groups. One group received 0.5 ml per kg of 0.25% plain bupivacaine, while group 2 received the same dose of plain bupivacaine, but in addition 0.25 milligrams per kg of ketamine. It was inhalational induction with halothane, 100% oxygen, and IV fluid was 4.3% dextrosaline. The caudal block was performed using a 22-gauge short level needle, and the study drugs were administered as allocated into the caudal space, and the patient was assigned. The effectiveness of the caudal block was assessed by the absence of inadequate anesthesia. There was increase in heart rate or respiratory rate or blood pressure, or sweating or lacrimation. Also, the changes in the anal spirotic tone was also noted, and facility of the corporal body in males. Vital signs were monitored and recorded, and I said earlier, anesthesia was maintained with halothane, while patient was breathing spontaneously and the face mask was being used. At the end of surgery, the OPS score was assessed every 15 minutes for the first hour, then hourly for the next 5 hours. Scores exceeding 5 points for patients who can self-report, that's using a total of 10 for those ones, and if exceeding 4 points for those who cannot self-report, so children who are not really verbally communicating. But they are regarded as pain and were treated with oral paracetamol at a dose of 15 milligrams per kg. The primary outcome was proportion of pain-free patients at the 6th hour after caudal, while secondary outcomes were time to first analgesic requirement, the mean oral paracetamol consumption in 6 hours post-op, and we looked at the hemodynamic parameters also, incidence of side effects, and parental/guardian satisfaction in the post-operative period. Data was analyzed using IBN SPSS version 20. Statistical tools use student t-test and Fisher exact test and chi-square test as appropriate. A p-value less than 0.05 was considered as significant. Okay, this table just shows the social demographics. There's virtually this similar distribution for age, male-female ratio in both groups, weight, height, and the ASA classification. The adverse effects for the group 2, which were the interventional group with the ketamine, there was no incidence of side effect. One patient had bradycardia in the plain propionate group only, and one hypertension, not really significant, and they managed that properly. So the study demonstrated an improved quality and prolongation of post-op analgesia for hemiotomy in the combined group, the plain propionate and ketamine group. The time to first analgesic request was longer in the second group. Paracetamol was a bit shorter consumption in group 2, but statistically not significant.
I think it's very good because as a specialist, you actually get to know more about the specialty, about your small area, and you can be called an expert in that small area. But yesterday, I presented a paper on the challenges of the perioperative period in Africa. I think we are still very far behind. If you know what is happening, I think most of us here may be working in tertiary hospitals, so we don't have an idea what is happening in peripheral hospitals and the rural areas. And whatever we're discussing about Nigeria or Africa, we should not forget the masses in those areas that do not even have access to any anesthesia at all. A lot of surgeries are done by, a lot of anesthesia is administered by non-doctors. Not to talk of doctors who are nurses, but non-medical staff. I have seen where a male doctor goes to work dressed in a suit, and he's the one running clinics, he's the one doing ward rounds, and he's the one performing surgeries. And all they have in the hospital is ketamine and Valium. So we have to remember that we also have a responsibility for the mass, not just the people in tertiary hospitals, which is where I think most of us here come from. So I appeal to the executive of our association. We need a lot of advocacy. We need to talk to governments to improve our situation in Africa. Because if you don't talk, you die. It's good to subspecialize, but when you finish subspecializing, then you're limited in what you can do. I have colleagues who came in, they were employed in NISA Premier. They came from Cuba. The anesthetist I worked with was obstetric anesthetist. But the first case they gave him was a pediatric patient. He was afraid. He came to call me. I don't know what to do. I haven't done this for long. But he had to do the work. That was the job he got. So this is the reality of the situation. And we have to realize where we are in Africa. It's good to subspecialize, but don't forget that you limit yourself to one small area.
My question goes to Professor Finefest. And it has to do with this sub-specialization. My experience as a trained pain management specialist, this is what I want to ask him. Maybe he can make suggestions as to how. And if there's anybody that has had an experience similar to my own. I started training as a pain management specialist in 2004 from Cardiff University. And when I finished with the training, I came back to National Hospital where I worked. And because I sponsored myself, I have asked the hospital to sponsor me, they didn't. So because of my interest in pain management, I went ahead and sponsored myself. And at the end of it, I was not even allowed to practice that. What I had trained, after I came back from Cardiff, I went to India for hands-on training and all of that. You know, but I was not really given that opportunity. Is that it wasn't recognized that I have had this training, and it was not until the American, Cancer Society sponsored the pain management that was done in most teaching hospitals between 2015 and I think 2018 or thereabout, although I extended it to 2001 in National Hospital. So what do you do when you have gone to train yourself? Because here, government training may not be there. I went to several places requesting to be sponsored to train in this area. Nobody, the government was not ready, hospital was not ready. The option I had was to train myself, and I did all of that and came back. So what do you do if you have this kind of experience? I was made to be running general list, general anesthesia list, and do all of that, and was not be seen doing other things. It was not until at a point when these people came in that I decided that, I really needed to practice what I have learned. So what do you do when you have gone to specialize, you train yourself, and then you come back, you are not given opportunity to practice what do you do?
Okay, that does not strip you of the knowledge you had as from your training under West African College or National Postgraduate Medical College. So you can still function anywhere you are sent to. But when it comes to specialized centers, like the teaching hospitals, general hospitals placed in cities where you are most likely to see specialized cases, referred cases, that is where a subspecialist will stay. A subspecialist cannot go and work in rural areas. We are more likely to work in city centers where places that are referral centers. Now going to the second comment or question, the situation where you will finish and then the hospital does not recognize you, they still post you to go and be working in the recovery room or something like that. That should not be. I keep using my own situation as a typical example. If you don't blow your trumpet, everybody is busy. They will not blow your own trumpet. You have to blow your own trumpet and blow it very loud and clear. When I came back, I put facts and figures before the CMD, the City Chief Medical Director, and I told him, look at the mortality rate of the women coming to deliver in this hospital. And then I now brought a proposal to him. This is what I want to happen. Because we have to do this, otherwise this hospital will be riddled up with legal issues. And then he gave me a free hand, thanks to him, Professor Julie. He gave me a free hand, and I reorganized the obstetrics, the anesthesia aspect of the obstetrics department. And to the glory of God, I said it in 2008 or 2019 NSA conference at Uyo. Our maternal mortality has virtually vanished. These are verifiable facts. You can go to UPTech and find out, because when I came back, I made it a law that anesthesia for cesarean section is not for all comers. It's for minimum of a senior registrar-led practice. And if a senior registrar is conducting anesthesia for cesarean section, he must be in this theater suit. And by the time we did that, and a couple of other things, our maternal mortality crashed. And finally, before I bow out, please, that does not mean that you will not go and do some specialty. When you come back, please, you must make impact. Don't just mention it today, you have been trained in this area. Nobody will listen to it because they don't even understand what you're talking about. I said it, that anesthesia specialty is very large, but even medical profession, our medical colleagues don't even understand us. That's why most times they put us at the same level with nurse and anesthetists. They don't understand us, and they may not understand us if we don't make the impact. If we don't create the enabling environment for them to understand what we are doing. So please, that should not stop us, like I said. Because there's a crocodile in the river, should not stop you from going for fishing. You must go and fish and live, otherwise You will die of hunger. So please, let's open the door wide for such specialization. And some people are inboxing me saying that the age limit is too small, that they should extend it. It is not our fault. When you are going to other countries, they will put a bar for you. But when we develop our own, which is already the pipeline process, can even open it up to 50 years. So because of our own peculiar problems. So for now, age should not be a barrier. Anybody who wants to specialize, you can either sponsor yourself or key into the programs of the West African College of Surgeons. Thank you.
By the permission of the chair, I have just to comment on what Dr. Nehemiah asked Professor Organ about the when you specialize and you don't have the free hand and you're still doing general duty anesthesia. I think Professor Organ has explained everything, but it's not every hospital that you will be lucky. You will tell the CMD, give a proposal, and they'll give you a free hand. We trained in Israel, Organ before me, I went after him, and I came back, I gave the proposal for obstetric anesthesia and for pain management. And they gave me a free hand, but till today nothing is happening. Till today, the head of O&G is calling me that your people are not doing the epidural, so that we suffer to set up. I said, what will I do? Even in this Abuja, this conference on Monday, a patient who is a professor's daughter, she's a sickler, and she has had 2 previous deliveries under epidural. She's pregnant for the 3rd time, and she's calling me. All my people are here, but it's like it's a passion thing. If you're not there, sometimes you can't really drive it. Other people lose the focus. So even if you set up the program, you have to be there to follow it up and to monitor it. Some people are not as interested as you are to continue to do it. That's one aspect. The other aspect is that I don't agree that because you subspecialize, you must do only those things you have subspecialized. Even in UK, Europe, Australia, everywhere, I discuss with colleagues here, they still do general duty. They are pain specialists, they are obstetric anesthetists, they are anything, any subspecialty they are. But they still do general duty anesthesia. So it's a balancing kind of thing. So my comment is don't despair, just keep doing what you're doing. And if it doesn't work, there was something the chairman mumbled under her breath, but I heard it. So I will say it openly. Set up your own practice. Yeah, set up your own practice. That's just it. That was what I had to do. I had to set up a practice, and I said, well, okay, I know what to do. I have what to do. There's a time for pain clinic in ABUTH, but when you come there, this person, there's no radiologist, there's nobody to do the CM for you, there's no this, there's no... The wahala is too much. When you set up your own practice, get the things you need to do what you want to do, then you have the fulfillment. And the patients will look for you. You remember I sent somebody to you. You know? So that's what I want to say about that. So thank you very much for allowing me to comment on that. And with that, I will, if the chair will permit me, we'll end this session. I want to say some announcements. We are really stressed for time. We are 1 hour behind schedule. We have asked the hotel to serve our lunch here because we will not have 30 or 40 minutes to go to the restaurant and come. And from what we had last night, many people complained to me personally, and I have my personal complaints, that going for the dinner was really very stressful. It was, you said, yes, it was so late. I ate it, it was like my dinner. That was the first meal for yesterday. It was so stressful, you know, and all that. I don't know. We're not getting a very good deal from the hotel. We have made the request they should serve our lunch here. We have paid for it. It's within their premises. I don't know what they are going to do, but that is what we will insist upon because we are paying for the service. We will insist upon it. They should bring the lunch here. We will not stand up to go for lunch. And that.
Is this a little bit better? Enhanced recovery after surgery was founded 30 years ago by a colorectal surgeon, Henrik Kelly, to optimize and improve surgical outcomes after surgery. He took a number of parameters: early ambulation, patient education, removal of nasogastric tubes, diminishment of fasting, multimodal analgesia, less narcotics, regional anesthesia, a whole slew of factors, and did extensive, in-depth studies to validate all of these principles. So ERAS is a scientifically proven standard of care practice to optimize patient management and improve outcomes, diminish morbidity and mortality, and provide for early discharge with better surgical outcomes and less pain. I'm going to talk to you today about 2 of those concepts. There are about 30, but we'll focus on 2. One is diminished fasting with the use of carbohydrate-rich drinks pre- and post-operatively to diminish the fasting period. And the second recommendation is the use of multimodal preemptive anti-inflammatory medications before the surgery. So that translates into using a carbohydrate-rich drink that the patient takes in sips before the surgery, up to 2 hours, but my recommendation will be 1 hour before surgery, and I'll tell you why. And that they're allowed to do so again in the recovery room once they're awake and conscious. The second recommendation is that they use oral acetaminophen, paracetamol, or Tylenol before the surgery if they have no signs of gastroparesis. Right? So they're not nauseous, it's not a trauma, they haven't received morphine, it's elective surgery, that they receive that medication preoperatively, and they receive it in combination with an NSAID, such as a COX-2 inhibitor, preoperatively if there's no major risk of bleeding after the surgery. So just acetaminophen if it's cholecystectomy, knee arthroscopy. If it's a thyroidectomy or tonsillectomy, don't give the NSAID and just keep it acetaminophen. Those are the 2 recommendations. So to start on fasting, the first question I'd like to ask is, how long do your patients fast before surgery? Okay. We can all answer that in your head, or you can answer it out loud. Most people will say, well, we fast 8 hours. 8 hours from a big, large, proteinaceous fatty meal, 6 hours from a small meal, maybe carbohydrate rich, 4 hours for breast milk, and 2 hours for a clear liquid, right? Yes. That's the standard of care that we've all been ingrained in. And that was a result of ERAS, right? Before ERAS, it was NPO after midnight for everyone. But with the advent of ERAS, they changed that recommendation to allow for clear liquids up until 2 hours before surgery. And that's the standard of care that we're accustomed to. Now the question is that true for all patients? Or do some patients have a longer fast? And the answer is clearly yes. The median fasting time for most patients is 36 hours around their surgery. 36 hours. So in fact, they eat dinner the night before at 7 p.m. They come in for their surgery at noon, because not every patient can be the first case. They go to the recovery room at maybe 3 p.m. Do they eat and drink in the recovery room? Not often. They may go to the room and they miss dinner. And so they have breakfast the next day at 7 a.m. So you can imagine those patients have 36 hours of fasting. Now, they've found with these studies that prolonged fasting has severe physiologic effects that harm and inhibit the ability for the patient to heal after surgery. And that takes the form of insulin resistance. And it's a well-documented phenomenon that's been used for 100,000 years to keep patients alive in the face of starvation. Right? For many years, patients starved to death. So with insulin resistance, it's an evolutionary change to keep the patient alive. So rather than the nutrients in the bloodstream going to their muscles, their organs, it's saved primarily for the brain to maintain the patient living during this crisis of starvation. And that turns out to be the opposite of what someone needs after surgery. The most essential factor after surgery is that your insulin functions well to promote wound healing after the surgery so that you're able to have insulin function appropriately and bring everything needed to cause scar formation and to avoid infection. If we have prolonged fasting, that inhibits insulin's ability to do so. And in addition, as a consequence, we have postoperative hyperglycemia, right, from insulin resistance. And that hyperglycemia causes osmotic diuresis, dehydration, and inhibits neutrophils from functioning appropriately, which inhibits their ability to fight the infection of the surgical wound. Lastly, prolonged fasting causes gastroparesis. And that gastroparesis allows the stomach acid that's naturally produced to continue to accumulate in the stomach and predisposes the patient to potential aspiration. Because after 12 hours of fasting, the patient doesn't have an empty stomach, right? We've all had a patient we mask-induce, we intubate, we place an orogastric tube, and we remove 100 mLs of pure green acid from the stomach, maybe 20, 30 mLs, but the stomach always has some degree of acid. By following the ERAS protocols, instead, we eliminate that physiological response of insulin resistance. We avoid hyperglycemia. We avoid gastroparesis. And we continue to wash the stomach clean and remove that acid so that when the patient comes to the operating room, they have 10 mLs and maybe water, 20 mLs of water in their stomach, rather than that residual acid that results in gastroparesis. So the question is, which would you rather have placed into your lungs? Right here, right now. 10 mLs of pure acid produced by the stomach, or 10 mLs of water, right? It's an easy question. And then we ask ourselves, what do we do when the patient aspirates? About 4 months ago, I shared an anecdote. I was taking care of a patient in the operating room for a knee arthroscopy, had a laryngomastoid airway, 12 hours of fasting. Everything was wonderful. Halfway through the surgery, sitting there, I noticed copious green fluid pouring out the patient's cheek onto her pillow. I immediately get suction pulling, I intubated, I placed the suction catheter, removed as much as I could, and the next step was I took a syringe, 30 mLs, aspirated from my IV line, and put 30 mLs of normal saline down the patient's trachea, right? Lavage, aspirated a little bit more, got the remaining. Luckily, the patient was fine. There was no clinical aspiration. But how ironic, how incredibly ironic that the first thing we do when a patient aspirates is we pour copious amounts of water into their lungs, right? That's the treatment. So the idea that we would be afraid of the patient taking sips of a clear liquid or water makes no clinical sense. And if we look at the anatomy and physiology of the patient, in fact, drinking that carbohydrate-rich drink that's a clear liquid washes the stomach free of that acid so that it's not present in the stomach when they come to the operating room and avoids all of those physiologic complications that delay wound healing and surgical recovery after the case. So another interesting point to keep in mind is that the absorption of a clear liquid follows first-order pharmacokinetics. And that means that it diminishes by half every 10 minutes. So this bottle of water is 60 mLs, but let's say it's 100 mLs. If you were to drink this entire bottle of 100 mLs 30 minutes before surgery, is that standard practice in your hospital? No way. Let's say they...
Like I said, I'm from Beijing Biomedical Cooperative Limited. We're focused on ICU and OR solution manufacturing. In big picture, Yamada put up a 3-year development plan with a 12 years development. It laid 3 milestones to complete its releases. First is gaining the broader brand awareness in emerging market through marketing activities with reliable partners, Africa, especially Nigeria as the fastest growing economy. The second is the empowering females for further growth. In general, our products release the ventilator and OR solutions, anesthesia, and some other products. I will give in-depth introduction later by later. As you can see here, this is the emergency ventilator, Shangri-La 510. It's we equipped it for the 2008 Olympic Games. Next is the Shangri-La 510S. Sorry, Shangri-La 590P is an ICU ventilator. This is a VT500, 5230. It's also an ICU ventilator. This is a Shangri-La 510S. It's an upgraded version of Shangri-La 510. It passes the design for emergency transportation and passes EMC test and EN 1789 test. Since it's an emergency ventilator, the tidal volume of Shangri-La 510 is 0 to 2,000 mile. Pneumatic-driven electronic control. It can be used in emergency room and pre-hospital transport, intra-hospital transport, inter-hospital transport, ambulance, and other unsaid situations. This is VG70. During COVID era, we sold 50,000 units in Nigeria. It passes the CE certificate and is an electronic control and electronic driven. The tidal volume is 20 to 2,000 mile. It could be applied to adult, pediatric, and infant. Entire service life of its building by turbine is 30,000 hours. 12 inches detachable TFT screen is very convenient for doctors to check the parameter. This is neonatal ventilator. It could be applied to the premature infant. It's under our brand, Germany brand here, and especially designed for neonatal and premature infant, which weight from 100 gram to 40 kg. It's non-invasive ventilator, mainly used in PICU and NICU. As you can see here, this is our OR solutions. We can provide anesthetic machine, seating pendants, anesthetic, seating pendant, surgical pendant, and endoscopy pendant. And all of our operating table are CRM compatible. And seating mounted operating light also comes with the mobile light.
You know that statistically that every 3 minutes a baby is born with a cleft lip or palate. And in Africa alone, 32,000 children are living with these conditions. They are born annually. And for us in Nigeria, we have over 6,186 children living with this condition. Our vision at Smart Train is actually to achieve a world where everyone, whether you are born with cleft or not, you have access to high quality, comprehensive cleft care and is able to live a full and healthy life. And how we do this is by our solution. We empower local medical professionals. We don't just work with the surgeons, we work with the anaesthetists, the nurses, the nutritionists, the speech therapists, just to make sure that these children grow and they thrive wherever they are in Nigeria. Smart Train works through partner hospitals. I don't just come into Nigeria and start going to the communities to bring these children. No. I have to go through hospitals like the National Hospital Abuja, the University of Abuja Teaching Hospital, to make sure that I get access to the people that are qualified, that are trained, for them to give this care to the children. In Nigeria alone, we have 54 active partners that help us to carry out this care for these children wherever they are. Smart Train started actively in 2007 in Nigeria, and since then we've achieved 33,368 plus smiles and counting, because currently now we know that there are some hospitals that are currently doing this cleft surgery for these children. And we have 54 surgical partners across the 6 geopolitical zones. Why we actually use the 6 geopolitical zones is to make sure that we bring this care to the doorstep of every child. We want everybody to have access to it. We don't want people traveling from one region to another just to access cleft care. So we spread out to all the 6 geopolitical zones in the country to make sure that people are there to always attend to them. We have the role of anesthetists. In Smart Train, we actually prioritize quality and safety. Because we've had cases whereby we operated on people, adults that are up to 45 years of age. So we don't want a condition where a child goes into the theater and doesn't come out alive. So we actually prioritize safety. And how we do this to make sure that we ensure that every patient receives the safest, as much as it's possible, the safest, the highest quality standard of anesthesia care, and has the best possible outcomes. We don't want parents, instead of us, we are smart and we smile a lot. We cause smiles. We don't want a situation whereby a mother is anticipating that my child is coming out, and all of a sudden it's just a different story. So we make sure that the anesthetists are trained, because we know that their role is very critical when it comes to surgery care.
Then this case was done 2 weeks after that. The initial anesthetists informed two other anesthesia consultants. So we made adequate preparation for difficult airway. At that initial point, he didn't have a lot of the equipment that he would require. So we made all this available, and an ENT surgeon was available. Our plan was to follow the DAS guidelines by using all sorts of the different sizes and types of video laryngoscope on our first attempt with Buji. Our second plan B, was to use LMA to either ensure that the patient could be ventilated or to intubate using the LMA. And plan C was, if that didn't work, we would go back to our face mask and wake up the patient. In the advent that we could not intubate or ventilate, then we would attend or ensure that we secure a surgical airway, being that our ENT surgeon was available. So we pre-oxygenated for 10 minutes, we put in a ramping, we pre-medicated with lidocaine and dexamethasone, and induced with propofol and paralyzed with succinylcholine.
In a patient, in an infant with cystic hygroma, a case report. The authors, primary authors, I, Dr. Yedeko, and the senior registrar in the Department of Anesthesia, University of Illinois, Elo Lawal, and Japan. With the introduction of commercial video laryngoscope, this has resulted in paradigm shift in the management of a difficult airway. This device has shown to improve the laryngeal feel, as was said by the earlier presenter, and there has been an increase in success rate of tracheal intubation, and have now become the first backup technique after a failed intubation attempt. As the theme of this conference, technology for advancement in anesthesia, I think there has been an improvement in airway devices, starting from laryngeal mask, ear trap, and so many devices have been devised in order to avert difficult intubation. The objective of this case report is to show that laryngeal mask is superior to conventional laryngoscope in the management of a patient with a difficult airway, particularly in infant with neck mask and intraoral extension. Using conventional laryngoscope failed, and therefore a video laryngoscope was used to avert this, because we were able to fill the larynx more clearly with the aid of the video laryngoscope. The surgery lasted about 4 hours, 5 minutes, and the patient was successfully extubated after surgery, and she was transferred to the surgical ward with supplemental oxygen. So that is the child being intubated. Then the conclusion. The introduction of video laryngoscope in anesthesia practice in Nigeria will result in dramatic improvement in the management of difficult elderly care intubation, as demonstrated in this case report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next presenter is Dr. Ifezu. Okay, yeah. Dr. Salis Adam.
Nigeria. Anaesthesia and colleague. Background: the practice of airway management in Nigeria has improved over decades. It's obvious because of availability of resources, new airway equipment, training opportunities, and all others. However, there is still a gap that we need to fill in terms of training personnel, as well as availability of other opportunities for advanced airway management. The aim of the study is to assess the advanced airway practice in Nigerian hospitals. Objectives are as follows: to know the advanced airway equipment available to practitioners, management skills, as well as training options available to anesthesia practitioners in Nigeria. Methodology: questionnaires were designed by the Society for Airway Management SAM, Nigeria, and distributed to participants of updates of August and July, from August to July 2022. Those that attended the colleges, that update of both national and West African colleges updates. And the survey was also sent to SAM members. Questions were on advanced airway equipment, skills, and training requirements. Total of 50 participants filled the questionnaires, and those that have responded, the number of fellows that responded to those questionnaires were highest, and the list on the cadre that responded were diplomates. This has been demonstrated in this bar chart. Diplomates were the least, 2%, and 40% were failures. Looking at these demographic features, it is obvious to see that years of experience, those that have the highest number of years of experience were between year of 1 to 3 years, that's 36%. And by also looking at it, most of the anesthetists, the manpower is concentrated in tertiary hospitals, which constitute about 82%. And even the tertiary hospitals, the federal teaching hospitals had the greatest number, which constitutes almost 60%. And the practicing institutions or centers, as seen, tertiary centers took 82%, with secondary and quaternary centers taking 10 and 8% respectively. Next table shows the available equipment in different centers, hospitals. That's of my laryngoscope that you see, mostly Macintosh plates correspond the airway equipment and devices available. LNAs were present in almost all the centers, those that responded. The commonest LNA in use was the classic LNA. And video laryngoscope of different types were also present. The next table also shows some of the airway equipment, part of them. The presence of video laryngoscope was found in about 9 centers, that constitute about 18%. Other airway adjuncts, bougies were found in almost all the centers. However, some specific types of bougies were rarely found. classical bougies were found in almost all the centers in the country, or among those respondents. And the availability of pulse oximeter in airway management is available in almost 100%, while the end-tidal CO2 for airway management has also been seen in most of the centers, as demonstrated on that table. Then the next table shows the confidence level in use of those equipments. It has been highlighted earlier on yesterday that some of those equipments are available, but the competence and confidence level is low. And that has been seen in the use of video laryngoscope on that table, as well as fiber optic bronchoscope, which carry the list. But McCoy, Macintosh plates, most of the respondents can use it confidently. Looking at the next table, it also shows the variables, and that's the patients that have done particular procedures or not. The front of neck access, that's the bronchothyroidotomy. Actually, it's not surprising that only very few, 7 of the respondents have done that. That constitutes about only 14%. Then the confidence level for performing that procedure was seen in 24%. Those that do not feel confidence were 76% of the respondents. The competent level for the front of neck access has been only 9 were competent to perform that. And this can be seen. There are a lot of opportunities coming up. Training, Society for Airway Management, Nigeria has organized a lot of workshops. It has been seen here that a lot of people have demonstrated interest, though the work schedule is very tight to us. And as we see, these are the hinders, the components in that schedule to understanding anesthetics. And looking at all this, it is important to note that anesthesiologists, there is a need for more and more training. All these airway equipment, we need to train ourselves, get adequate preparation and preparedness in order to have good success in management.
Here had some training done during the pre-conference workshop, and that's the essence of this presentation. Mishaps from airway management are preventable. Still, there's morbidity from complications, and they are quite high, depending on the setting, whether the patient is in the OR, or in the ER, or in the ICU. Supervised teaching in the operating theater remains the most commonly practiced teaching modality globally. Airway teaching appears to be readily available in lower income countries. Knowledge and skill in airway management has been delivered by training workshops with various durations. You can have a 1 day, a week-long training, or even a 3-week training. Effectiveness of these workshops have been assessed for improvement of the training. The aim of the objectives were to assess level of knowledge of healthcare professionals before the workshop, to assess the percentage improvements post the training, and then to assess the challenges associated with training and procurement of airway equipment. It was a 1-day advanced airway management workshop which was organized in Lagos for different cadre of medical professionals from different subspecialties. The participants included nurses, medical officers, residents, consultants from government and private hospitals. All the participants were administered multiple choice questions prior and post the didactic lectures and the hands-on training sessions. And the questionnaires were designed to assess the percentage improvements in knowledge and then assess the challenges. This is the results. The pie chart shows the results we got from the survey. 22 respondents or participants participated in the questionnaire. Nurses were the highest, followed by medical officers, consultants, and residents. This single bar chart shows the subspecialties that were there, the general medical practitioners, then the anaesthetists were quite a number, 54.6%, followed by pediatricians. Armstrong et al. Reported access to airway guidelines was better in the upper and mid-income countries. The recommendations include airway training courses with simulation and hands-on sessions should be added to the curriculum of professionals. Formal, well-structured regular trainings are advised rather than saying you will learn on the job. Discussions of complex clinical problems and controversial issues in small tutorial groups or breakout sessions will be very valuable. And then trainings should be evaluated periodically for improvements. In conclusion, this survey reveals that there's a gap in knowledge of airway management and it can be addressed effectively during airway workshops. Skill assessment may yield different findings and may result in different training priorities. Airway managers must consider how to incorporate different training methods into teaching so that we can have widespread uptake of education in airway management. Institutions and governments should give more attention to training in airway management to improve practice. These are my references. Thank you.
I would like to present Suxanethonium administration as a case report with my colleagues that we have seen the case and decide to report. This is my outline. Error in medication is any preventable event that may lead or that may cause or lead to an inappropriate medication use or patient harm while medication is in the control of the healthcare professional or the patient or the consumer. And errors in medication can occur and can cause varying degrees of morbidity and mortality. Among the causes of the errors in medication, it will be lack of adequate cross-checking of the ampoules, resemblance of the ampoules, drug level, and then communication among other things that can cause medication error. So when somebody is exhausted after tedious work, that one also can be among the causes. I would like to present our case about erroneous administration of the Suxanethonium. We had a patient in the theater that complained of headache, fever, and some dizziness. And after the consultation, she was prescribed paracetamol just to relieve the fever and the headache before she is properly seen in the clinic. And a paracetamol pack was brought out from the theater. After bringing it, an ampoule was taken and cross-checked, and it was withdrawn from the ampoule. The second one was not cross-checked because it resembled the first one, and it was also withdrawn in the same syringe of the first one, and it was given to the patient. And within minutes of giving the paracetamol to the patient, she started having dizziness, and then she quickly, or maybe because she was weak, she lied down and then started fasciculation, and then she became happy. Luckily, that ampoule that was taken from the paracetamol bag that was brought from the theater, it was brought into the recovery area, and that was where the paracetamol was given. And so it's, after that, we quickly started giving the patient ventilation, assisted ventilation using bag mask, and then the intervention was at 12 cycles per minute. And then the SPO, we immediately attached the pulse oximeter that was there, and then we have the oxygen saturation to be 94%. And the blood pressure was slightly raised, 179 over 104 millimeters of mercury with a heart rate of 162 beats per minute. Immediately we now attach an oxygen to the back with a reservoir, and then we continue ventilating at about 6 liters per minute. And we continue the ventilation. We were about to give midazolam just to make her sort of given some hypnosis before we can intubate, but the patient started breathing spontaneously. So after that, we now remove the bag mat, and then we replace it with simple face mask, and we were giving her 5 liters of oxygen per minute. We observed her for about an hour, and we discussed with her that she was communicating, so the patient was transferred to medical ward for further treatment. As at the time that we saw her and transferred her to the ward, there was no any neurological sequelae or any other deficits that can be found after apnea. This.
I think I've answered your question. Extubation. So we were ready that because, like I said, there was a tracheostomy tube ready, there was an ENT surgeon. If that was an issue,
use of conventional laryngoscope in a patient that has I don't think there's any contraindication in trying. What we did was to induce the accessible problem, and the patient was breathing spontaneously. We ventilated.
Then you make sure that the resuscitative drugs were very clearly drawn.
The directory. So they are going to go with all this. Thank you.
On behalf of the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists, I present this award of excellence to some pharmaceutical company for assisting Nigerian Society of Anesthesia. Thank you very much. In Nigeria for always partnering with Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists in training manpower. Thank you, congratulations. On behalf of Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists, I present this award of excellence to Margaret Healthshare Procurement Limited for contribution and partnering with Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists. Congratulations.
Faculty of Anesthesia, National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria. I will present it.
Okay, no,
On behalf of the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists, I present to you this award of excellence as a token of appreciation for all your service and dedication. Thank you very much and congratulations.
National Postgraduate Medical College, and also Department of Anesthesia, University of Enugu Teaching Hospital, which I'm also the head of department. For the Faculty of Anesthesia, I've not discussed with my chairman, but I know we know what we give, and God willing, we are going to give what we are giving. In such, it's usually not less than 50K. And for the Department of Anesthesia, we are going to discuss it.
Thank you very much, Professor Sadiq. He's also I present to you this award of excellence of this 30th Scientific Conference of the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists in recognition of your diligence and hard work. We congratulate you. Thank you, ma'am. The 30th Scientific Conference of the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists in recognition of her diligence and hard work in her training of the younger ones. Congratulations. Conference in recognition of your contribution to manpower development by training of anaesthetists from Liberia. Congratulations. Of the National Postgraduate Medical College of Anesthesia, in recognition of her excellence in hard work in diligence on this 30th Scientific Conference of the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists. Congratulations. Please extend Society of Airway Management of Nigeria. We present this to you on this 30th Scientific Conference of the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists. Congratulations. Tim Eshet, a plenary speaker at this 30th Scientific Conference of the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. We'll find a way to deliver it to him. This is for Dr. Olayinka Eyelade, a past faculty secretary of the West African College of Surgeons, Faculty of Anesthesia. This award is for the CMD, the acting CMD of the National Hospital, Abuja, Dr. O.A. Badejo. Can the Mary Rose Osazua, can Dr. Mary Rose please collect this? No problem. So we present this to Dr. Olayinka R. Eyelade, an award of excellence in recognition of her service to the Faculty of Anesthesia. Congratulations. So, congratulations. So hold with one hand. I will shake you with the other hand. Hold. Congratulations. On behalf of the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists, on behalf of the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists, we present you this award of excellence in recognition of your service to the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists, the WFSA, and G4 Alliance. Congratulations. Dr. A.K. Badamasi, I don't know who is receiving the award for him, please. Dr. So, on behalf of the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists, I present you this award of excellence in recognition of your hard work and service and your support to the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists, and especially the hosting of this 30th Scientific Conference and Annual General Meeting. Congratulations. Congratulations. This next award, we'll just call the names out. It will not be received. This is for Dr. Bob Ukon, CMAC of UATH Abuja. This is for the FCT Minister, His Excellency Mohammed Musa Bello. I need somebody from Nayut Newi to collect this for Ben OBDK. Dr. Ben OBDK, Candor of Excellence, Dr. Afam Ben OBDK, in recognition of your excellent service and on your recent appointment as the Honorable Commissioner for Health, Anambra State. Congratulations. Congratulations. Ibe, the acting Chief Medical Director of Obafemi Awolowo University Teaching Hospital, Ile-Ife, in recognition of his hard work and his astute leadership that he has gotten to this exalted position. Congratulations. Please take with my camera. To Dr. Amadou Abubakar, an anesthetist of high repute. He's the current Director of Medical Services of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. So, Health and Human Resources Director. So, we are presenting this to you in recognition of your hard work and astute leadership skills. This 30th Scientific Conference and Annual General Meeting of the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists. Congratulations. Congratulations. Please take with my... we will. You give somebody. So let me present it formally. This award of excellence is presented by the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists to Dr. Sholanke in recognition of his hard work, dedication, and diligence in training so many generations of anesthetists and mentoring them. So on this 30th Scientific Conference and Annual General Meeting held in Abuja. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Onyeka for her contribution to the success of this conference as a plenary speaker. Congratulations. Congratulations. Famewo Memorial Lecturer at the conference. Congratulations. Ibironke Desalu for her contribution to the success of this conference as a plenary speaker. Congratulations. Congratulations.
I hereby present this award to our President, Professor Elizabeth Okboli Onwaso, for her exemplary leadership qualities, dedication, selflessness, and meritorious services to the society. Congratulations.
A camera. Congratulations. Your camera.
To Dr. Nkiwu and Mera as the key note speaker for this conference. Congratulations.
There will be another session during the dinner for the LOC and the ESCO and one or two other people who didn't collect their awards. We will start the AGM now, right away. We'll call the AGM to order. Please, can we have the tables and chairs? I asked for anti-favor. That was moved by Dr. Ifeanyi Agadi, seconded by Dr. Shehu Usman Panda. Thank you very much. So, minutes of the last meeting of the AGM 2021. You have copies of the minutes. We have 2 minutes to scan through the minutes. 2 minutes, please. And also the minutes. Please follow it with us for 2 minutes, and then we will, if there is any correction, otherwise we move for adoption.
Attend that.
Okay. Firstly, we are going through the minutes. The pages are not there. No pages. Page 1, page 2, page action. Motion for adoption of the minutes in the absence of any further corrections. Those that are in attendance, only those in attendance can move motion for adoption. In in attendance, virtual attendance. Dr. Ifan, you can move.
Sir, I am fine. The Northwest Coordinator. Hereby move motion adoption of these minutes.
As corrected.
As corrected. Document.
I, Professor Anaesthetics, do hereby support the motion moved by Mr.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Dr. Fanny. Thank you, Professor Helicom Chairman. Grateful. So now we are going to matters arising from the minutes. We will just follow them as itemized in the agenda. So, President's report. Minutes of the last AGM, and we've taken it. Matters arising. I said we itemized it in the agenda, so we'll take it on the agenda. So, President's report. My report is in the book of stewardship. So, can I have a copy of the book? Was produced for 2,000 naira each copy. If members who are in attendance here want to have it, we can give to those that want to have it at that price. If you want to have a copy right now, you can indicate and you'll be given one. You can make transfer.
I want to move a motion.
Okay. Move.
I define it. I want this honorable house. I want to move a motion to this honorable house that those of us physical here should have a copy of this book because of the sacrifice we have endured.
I, Dr. Shoaib Ibrahim, want to support the motion.
Which statistical tests were used? Are the data precise? How are the data presented? Consolidated system of reporting trials. We'll come to that later. These are all ways of looking at your data to know where the truth is. Because we are solving for X, the unknown. And we want to see how close we are to that unknown. For example, if the study gave a confidence interval, the narrower the better. So what is the distance between Babalada and where we are now? Maybe it's 2 kilometers. Then somebody tells you it's only 48% patients agree to participate in this study. Is it likely that those who should have given the appropriate answer to the research question were those who declined participation? She argued it. The reason for declining participation in the study were not biological. It was just the fear of additional opium. So, what I'm trying to say, if you do a sentinel study, the mind of these people to remove bias is considered tall, and anybody less than 1 meter is considered short. It has become categorical. So it's how you collect your data that matters. Pluralities. Say plurality will be yes or no. Is there itchiness or not? Your intervention can deal with smallest difference of clinical significance. So, what studied this drug versus that one? You did not calculate the cost of the drug. You say And in addition, those in Group A is cheaper than Group B. That was not. The lawyers will tell you you cannot get prayers if you didn't seek in the law court. So don't bring to conclusion what is not in the .org. You find a very well-reasoned position on some key surgical procedure like cesarean section, herniorrhaphy, what you should do. So, to me, if anybody is working on pain, first know you need to collect key before. They are so afraid of halotay. You need to collect key and go and pick halotay. So some of these people writing don't have, they don't know as much as you know on some old drugs and medication. So if you are working on pain, go to Prospect first. Know where the correct analgesia is. Yeah, the correct post-operative study. And taking new one from a particular study, statistically, if you think of it deeply, you can only take a new one from a population that is in your area. If, for example, the previous study was in National Hospital, you can take new one. Otherwise, some persons will say do pilot study to determine your. There's no clash because you don't expect that to happen. The sentence should not be more than 22 words. If it's more than, cut it into two. Minimize the first person by day. Grade 4 is working on spinal-induced So, standard of care should be what a lot of persons should be interested in. And most of whom, I write to them that there's lack of clinical equipment. What is clinical equipment? There should be scientific uncertainty that one study intervention is superior to another. You are comparing, but you really don't know which one will be better. You added morphine to one group, you added saline to the other group. You say you don't know which one will be better. No, it's the design. We see a lot of proposals like this. I'm a change man, bring it like this. I will allow it to, you will continue. As you read the GMD of NNPC, you say it's power. It's correct too. They are still owing me 7.5 more salary. Anyway, jokes aside. So, on the data I proposed there, what you see is chi-square test for categorical data and unpaired test for continuous data is not enough. We don't know whether you know what is actually categorical data. I'm not the one that is under examination, it's the candidate. So you should put your net on this side. If not a matter of faith, who should be telling who to put the net to the river? So we don't have equal faith. So for every other thing, show data. You must show me data. But I won't put my net on that side. I can tell you, those using rescue analgesia, it's not British Journal of Anesthesia. It's not JAMA. It's not Journal of Clinical Anesthesia from Japan. It's not A&A. It's not anesthesiology. You know where they are from. When you search your literature, they say pay £35. You shut that page down. You are going for free journal. Like they say here. So you start copy. They are also strong. In fact, our use of English language is stronger than their own. And you are copying them. I see them. You say once you start seeing long name like my own too. Don't I know where they are publishing from? It got to a point in our Nigerian Journal of Clinical Practice. Do you know how they submit their manuscript? They write in Turkey, put it in Google Translation. Google Translation brings it out. They pass it to us. As you are reading, reviewing, they are reviewing grammar, reviewing everything. So be guided. Like what he said now, some books that are using is wrong. I know where those books are from. It's not rescue they met, it's post-operative analgesia. Yes? Go ahead. I don't think the microphone is working.
Sample size calculations are where you measure, can either use a mean or a proportion from study, and then maybe you do a pilot study. So what value are you taking? Are you taking the difference between the mean for your M1 and M2 for the M2?
No.
Which is M1, which is
M1? Mu1 is what is from the literature. Some persons that are really doing big fire, they should say they prefer a mu1 that is from your locality. If you take a mu1 now, say from Nepal, they are smaller than us, so it may not be very reflective. If you even take when you take a mu1, you assume the standard deviation is equal across population. That means you are assuming a lot of, in other ways, actually trying to repeat those people's work. Yes?
Thank you very much. My question is about the balloting. Picking from the facts.
Yes.
There are two systems I know, and you corrected the second of them. So I have a 20 patient sample size, and I am hoping to have, let's say 40 patient sample size, I'm hoping to have 20 in each group. If I pick from the heart and I return the papers to the heart, I'm going to end up with maybe 25, 15, because they won't pick evenly from both sides.
You to lock it up. Okay? And in such situation, do you set up something different, or do you barricade so that both clients are not seeing what you are doing for years?
Randomized other guy to drink good that I was already here. So, because you are comparing analgesia versus no analgesia. You see why design could be very terrible.
Which one do you want? What are the options? Look at them. Sorry, what is inside this one? Let's see what I have.
These cups are not clean. You like to drink now?
Bros, what is this? Sorry? That's not problem. What is all this? Change.
Let me give you water and I will just collect it. Excuse me.
Take it from there.
See, if we rectify them, what we want to go and then do new design. That's what I was saying.
I don't know why they are not doing that. Okay, this is smaller.
Okay.
So, I will briefly discuss give attention to all. That's what the Bible tells me. So, in approaching the postgraduate exam, you have to give yourself entirely to it. There is no side walk, there is no side talk, there is no playing about. You have to give yourself entirely to it. Is it glycopyrrolate? Is it iodine? Or is it atropine? Eh? I will not use that. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. So preparation is very, very important. Preparation is very, very important.
Okay.
They are all the same.
They are the same.
Anesthesia is quite wide, and you have to read. You also have to do the pathophysiological processes of diseases and their interaction with anesthesia. Then the principles guiding anesthesia practice and intervention.
Casually, intentionally, unknowingly, whatever you want to put it, you know, and all the mentors are there now. I want to particularly, you see Professor Legbe there, and that white man between the two of us is late now. It's Kester.
Of GE2, but you know, with COVID, certain things start showing up. But we should quickly use the opportunity, because if we don't, and the politicians go back to their resting state, you know, their entropy will be so low, and they will not care about us. So let's take the entropy to 90, and let's see what I will get something out of it.
Thank you. It's a great discussion. I know it's everywhere. They see the cost. And sometimes the people who decide the specs of the equipment, they are not the one who's using it. So for this reason, to touch base on the cost, I'll show you how much you can save with entropy gases. In some cases, 25% of the cost. Imagine how many you will use. Time of the OR. Safety, patient safety. I gave you an example, intracranial pressure. Why? Because it's not within adequate. Why? Because the cable, if you want to get it, it's $500, the cable only. So with our solution, simply I plug another invasive line, normal, and I connect it to the catheter. I change the channel on the monitor, ICP, monitor start measuring ICP and calculating CPP. What would this will cost you? Nothing. It's the same cable. For this reason, we say it's a solution. Always, you know, the change is about increased acceptance and decreased resistance. If you want to start using it, you will see the outcomes. Some of them short-term, long-term. So, for example, when we talk about SPI, which is about antenossusception and pain, we didn't add extra module. From the cable using for SpO2, we get a parameter, we call it surgical pleth index. See the solution? So we didn't add an extra module. While you are getting saturation and pulse, we get out of it the surgical pleth index. This is developed by a professor anesthesia in Helsinki. His name Hankala. He's the one who developed it. Okay? So this look at the perfusion and the pulse rate with a kind of algorithm. It will give you an indication between 0 to 100. 40 to 60, you give him, we say clinical meaningful, but it's your decision why. Based on the surgery, based on the patient history. Maybe you said, I want to keep him 25, it's fine. But 40 to 60, clinically meaningful, you give him the right dose of the painkillers. 30 and below, overdose. 60 and above, he's in pain. So this is the first guidance, okay? When we come to the benefits, there is many studies. Buhari, he can share with you. We have a website, it's called Clinical Review. All papers is there, not done by GE, by clinician. For example, SPI reduce opioid consumption in fentanyl 25%. Not the cost only. If you give him extra dose, he need to wait more time. How many times the surgeon come, and if he doesn't like you, he will come and he will say what the patient is doing inside. We finish for half an hour, and you try, you know, to wake him up. He's not. But if you have the tool, the moment he will tell you, I'm closing in 10 minutes, the moment he put the dressing, you tell him, tube is out, I'm ready.
Pain is our domain. The essence of surgery, the essence of patient coming to relieve pain, and pain is the commonest thing that brings the patient to the hospital. So we have to know the pain madness, motivation, and treatment. Then we critically, finally, or critically ill patient. So. Dr. Bisola Onaji Obembe, the immediate past president of the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists. She's here in our midst. I was so very happy to have her. She's an international figure. In short, I was happy when I was told that she was in Abuja yesterday because she travels a lot. She's the president of the G4 Alliance. If you don't know what G4 Alliance is, please go and check it out. It's something very big. It involves other specialties, not only anesthesia. She's a pivotal figure in the WFSC, World Federation of Science and Physiologists. In fact, I think it's because of her that they give me some kind sponsorships. Because if she is your ref, if she comments on your application, they'll definitely give it to you. So I applied for one or two things, and I know that it's because of her. She must have commented that I got those things. So she's a wonderful figure. She has been very good to the group of the NSA. She's a pediatric anesthetist. She UPTH man. There's so many wonderful things to say about her. She's our mama. She loves us all. You know? And if you have any issues, really seriously, your career growth in the international community of anesthesia, you can reach her and she will help you. So, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Do I look like a mama? So it's really nice to be here. And well, she's done with declaration of interest for me, so I don't need to go over that. But before we continue,
when you want to read
with your mentor, you know. So there are 5 types of mentors that you need, because you will not need just the same one. Like, okay, this person is a researcher, you know, and everything, and then you find out that in family life you are failing, or in family life you're doing well, but in some other areas financially you're not doing well. So really you need different kinds of mentors. I just listed 5 here. Employees will let you stand firm, anchoring on your plans, your strategy, and things like that. You know. And then we have the reverse mentor. We need the reverse mentor in this generation, because we have, you know, this is a tech. In the tech stage, we're in the tech, and you have the younger millennials and the younger ones.
Amnesia, okay? What else we have? So, this is the journey. Before induction, he's awake. You start the induction. This is good time for intubation from hypnosis. This is during the case, again, based on the surgery, based on the patient condition. When he will tell you, I am closing, you start to close the gases, and you need to bring him back to 90 and above. Why? He's awake, he's cooperative. When you tell him, hello, I want to take the tube, and he shake his head, and entropy is 90 and above, I'm sure he's awake, and he can cooperate with me, okay? There is
all are familiar with exam structure. Now we have the MCQs are all in all the areas are computer based. Even though we say they say if I take oxygen dissociation curve, I can imagine how oxygen dissociation curve looks like.
you can place the electrode. Now, let me show you another, we will cover respiratory as well. Okay. Another something we call it solution. This is the one. See? We started here, 1975. We end up here. See?
All those basic statistics, you have to know them. When do you use handover? When do you use descriptive statistics? When do you use a two-way, two-tail significance? So all those ones, you have to know them because they can come in different form. The areas covered are the same for both colleges, but the composition of each paper may vary slightly. The former short cases, short clinical cases, because my phone has to be and it's fine. So what do? Plan to pass, prepare to pass, practice will pass, leaving nothing to chance.
Way has been simplified for us because most of the time we use clinical physiological parameters to arrive at some of those that you can give it. The model is quite simple. Now, is there a technology that you have done to prevent software jamming? Because I can see that more than 20 parameters can be activated at the same time. So what technology do you have to prevent software jamming? What I mean is that sometimes by the time you start using monitor, after 1 or 2 hours, and the temperature begins to increase because, especially the light and all of that, some may begin to have malfunction because of their software and all of them. So that is one. And two, that phase, is it only to GE made?
Opportunity to grow, opportunity to be better, always come in form of work. The truth, as a senior resident, that resident that will always dodge, even when the person now comes and say, Chief, please, explain this thing to me. It's not there. Don't know, God forgive me, but it's not just there. But that person which, when you needed this, the person is always there. You even drag the person, come and see this. Come and see this waveform. Come and see this waveform. This, come see. This is what I read about this. Come and see this. You want to pour on that.
Which is being used as a screening exam. And it's distributed. You have principles and practice, related specialty, ICU, pain, visual measurement, clinical behavioral and applied clinical sciences, all consider about 20%.
Today, who would you approach?
Myself.
Okay, yes. Now, mentees, they have the power to foster the best version of themselves. So you know this is your interest, but you want to get better. So it's in your hand as a mentee. You have that power. It's nobody will make you. You have to reach out to that person and you decide how you want to work with that person to have the best version of yourself. Not to be a carbon copy of that person, but to be yourself, but the better version of yourself. So a mentor is a person of experience, prominence, or influence who protects, trains, or furthers the career of the mentee. A mentor is a trusted advisor. You mean you can just sit down with that person and talk to the person. Mentoring is the manifestation of the highest level of personal maturity, security, and self-confidence. As a person, if you don't have the self-confidence or you feel insecure, it will be very difficult for you to say you are mentoring someone. Instead, that kind of person can pull the other person down. So mentee is a mentor's greatest gift to the world. And I am a mentee for some people, and so they have gifted me to whatever course that I'm in. And I also have my own mentees, that I hope by God's grace will be a gift to the world and they will be bigger than me. So let's look at the mindset of a mentor, the mentoring mindset. It refers to a way of seeing every situation as a learning opportunity. Always in touch with what your people are doing. So every situation is an opportunity to learn, to produce knowledge, to create knowledge. That's what the mindset of mentoring is. You're always in touch with what your people are doing. You can, I wrote this in bold, can casually or intentionally provide guidance, wisdom, skills, recommendations, and resources to grow the professional maturity and
His regional block plug the cable and start stimulating and use it in the monitor. I want it in the ventilator. I need it in the anesthesia machine. The same module, I bring it with the same connection and the plug. Is this a solution? Who can offer you this? Nobody. With the way we do it with the clinical outcomes. So, maybe you will ask me, but
to do what a single machine can do. But you see, what I understand is that you provide everything as in hard copy, and you say this is what we find. You know, we might go, you know, a way, but you realize that when the dean is saying one thing and the HOD is saying another, and you start wondering, so you give the government the opportunity to take a decision. But if we are all speaking on the same time, it's not that you are trying to, you know, the ASU way, I'm not talking about that way. But when they realize that you are all speaking the same, and you are not doing it for anything, they will even come to you and say, okay, since you want GE, you know, there's no problem, but we'll get it for you.
Regional block as well, the same module without having additional device. Can I plug it between monitor and OR or ICU? Yes. Can I use it in adult and pediatric? Yes. It is the same way we connect it? Yes. Does it need from me time to calibrate? No. Plug, play, connect, that's it. Okay? So, this is example of electromyography.
Say it, put up your hands and I will bring the mic, give you the mic so you can say it. Do you want to share? Who wants to share before we go on? Nobody. Okay. So we are talking about, I'll call you later. So we're talking about mentoring, you know, and, you know, mentees, mentoring, and all this has to do with people and soft skills. You heard Professor Charles Marida talk about the hardcore facts of quantitative studies, research. You've heard Professor Ilori talk about preparation, strategy, and soft skills, the skills you need to pass exams. And now I'm going to just talk about the people, you know, people skills in your life that can influence you. So if you have not decided yet, let's go over mentee. A mentee is someone who is advised, trained, or counseled by a mentor, right? That's a mentee. We all understand that. So that kind of swimming championship, but it was early this year, and all of a sudden the coach realized there was something wrong because Anita was sinking and she couldn't come up, and immediately she took an action and went into the pool to get her up. So you will see her there, and when she brought her out of the water, and then of course you will see people walking on her. She survived because she fainted in the water. She survived. Now, this Anita's coach, Andreas, was not just a coach, but her mentor. She was also an Olympian champion in her career. And because they had worked together, she knows that, no, this is not the pattern of this person. You know, so this tells me that whatever you're doing, you must have somebody that will be able to say, if she walked in and I don't quite get it, there's something wrong. Simply because you have developed a relationship over the years. So let's look at my mentor. I don't know if you know this guy. Who knows him? Who knows him? Commander Olani Oladapo. Okay. You know him? Oh, that was when he was much younger. He's an old man now. Please don't tell him that I said so. So, I got close to this. They call him Baba in Lagos. You know. Oh, yeah, Lagosian. Yeah. So, I got close to him in maybe 2002. That was in Warri, NSA Warri. Was that when SAWA was being disbanded? The SAWA is the Society of Anaesthetists of West Africa. We had that before. And the national societies felt it's time for the nationals to start developing. So let's, that SAWA, let's, how do I put it now? What's the word now? Let's stop it, whatever. And then let the Ghana, develop, Nigeria, and all the rest of it develop. So I met this gentleman at the conference, and just my natural self, it was lunch break, and I said to him, "Sir, where are you going?" And he's a Navy, he's in the Naval, he's retired now. And he said he was going to the naval base or whatever, and I said, "I'm coming with you." And I jumped into his car, just like that. And that began a relationship, because he went for drinks, I drank Maltina, and he started talking to me. I said casually, intentionally influencing someone. So that was how the relationship started with Commander Olani Oladapo. Then the lady on the right, that is Professor Olaiton Shoyongo. She was the SAWA president at that time, and the lady there, past president of Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists, in green. Do you know her?
Yes.
Professor Eniola Elegbe Ibadan. And these two women, wonderful professors, are very good friends. And I got close to Professor Shoyongo, and I just ended up getting close to Professor Elegbe.
With a paper, you are standing on a particular thing. Then you start taking your findings on whether that particular policy is implemented or not. By your next Congress, you should be able to write or even indicate to the same government that after identifying this and providing solution, we realized that you have not done this based on these values that we have. But because you don't match it together, we find it difficult. They might just think that we are trying to promote some of these products. And that has been the problem, because usually politicians promote a product because they can get something from it. But if we start promoting it from society point of view, as every one of us that joined in taking such decisions, they will see it as not, but some of them will then say, why can't you bring in some other product manufacturer and judge between or among these products which one is good? But you and I know that we have sampled.
If we have Mindray now, and we buy only this from you, we can remove and fix it, and it will work.
Reveal to the whole crowd, no. There's always that person that time to time they reveal something more that helps them be much better.
Residency in Anesthesia in National Hospital.
Registrar at Sokolo District Hospital. Dr. Moch Michael, Senior Registrar, National Hospital.
Teaching Hospital, a registrar.
From AKTH, FTH, Castina.
And we will keep growing, and Caesar load from our pockets. Then we pay the people that are one lakh. Thank you. Maybe we have some minutes with
Shall we use this week?
I'm going to give the people that are connected online time to introduce themselves, but I just wanted to quickly say this. I want to thank you all for participating in this postgraduate session. Actually, It was born out of the encouragement we've been getting from everybody to try and do more in terms of the little naughty areas, the difficulty, hard to reach nook and crannies involved with residency training. We realize that there are a lot of challenges and things are not so okay, or they're not the way they used to be, especially as the pandemic came and brought with it a lot of different things that we're never used to. For instance, this is our first physical meeting since 2019 and all that. But then we had to go on with life. We had to thank God that we're still alive and keep going with the challenges and finding solutions to it. I actually wanted to be in, especially during the mentoring and mentorship session, but my attention was drawn. I kept receiving calls, so I didn't want to distract the house. What I wanted to say is that mentoring and mentorship is an ongoing process. Everybody is a potential mentor, and everybody is a potential mentee. The way we're all mentored, we're hoping to mentor other people, and you never finish being a mentee. I mean, the other day, Professor Shoyan will call me and say, Liz, where are you? You see, I don't have time now. Please, that committee I will not be able to do, but any other thing you ask me to do, I will do. You know, she's my mentor, and I asked her, there was something we wanted her to do, but she just apologized and declined. So the relationship is there.
I'm a consultant in anesthesia. Nigerian University Teaching Hospital, New a resident in Asokoro District Hospital. Your colleague is here. You met her. Okay.
A registrar in Asokoro District Hospital.
Putting much effort into the lectures, and we're very grateful.
I am Dr. Akindele Abrazak, Senior Registrar of School of Anesthetic Studies by Badagry, Odomisada General Hospital of Lagos.
College of Surgeons, Anesthesia, and G4 representative. I'm Dr. Wachuku Maka. President G4 Alliance. President G4 Alliance. I'm Dr. Wachuku Maka. I'm a consultant anesthetist, the current HOD of Department of Anesthesia FMC1.
Anesthesia family, and coming out of COVID, we're removing our face mask, we're meeting face to face fully. In the last 3 years, it's been hybrid or virtual and then hybrid. But it's amazing that we're here today. So we are going to toast to, first of all, the National Hospital, Abuja. So can you raise your glasses to the National Hospital, Abuja? Hip, hip, hip. Hooray. Then we're going to toast to the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists.
Yes.
That is our family, and we pray that we will continue to grow from the north to the south, from the east to the west, and we continue to enlarge. And so let's raise our glasses, hip, hip, hip. Hooray! And finally, we want to toast to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We pray that things will go smoothly, by next year. We want to see peace. We want to see solutions. We want to see advancement. We want to see progress in all corners of our nation. And so we say long life and prosperity to the National Hospital, to the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists, and to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Hip, hip, hip. Hooray! Hip, hip, hip. Hooray! Hip, hip, hip. Hooray! Cheers, everyone.
Yes. Long live Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Sorry, mommy.
Long live NSA.
Long live NSA.
Protocol. I've just been
told that the acting CMAC is the one that just finished speaking, and the deputy CMAC, my friend and classmate, Dr. Bata Kefas is here. I acknowledge everybody. I want to thank the management of National Hospital Abuja and all the other hospitals in Abuja and the good people of the FCT for having us. This is a landmark conference. It is the 30th scientific conference and annual general meeting, and it is holding in our great and beautiful city, the federal capital, Abuja. And I'm happy to say that 5 years ago, at the 25th conference, we also were hosted here in Abuja for the All Africa Anesthesia Congress. It was a meeting hosted by the Nigerian Society of Anaesthetists, and it was also a very pleasant time. So I want to thank our hosts. I want to thank the local organizing committee for this very robust session so far, so good. The first day yesterday, pre-conference workshops, and today also very good, very...
Why not your body get down? Not a test me, get your body get down. You just sweet me when your body get down. Ginger me when... Thank you, Lord. Thank you.
I'll give the mic to them. Let them just say some good messages from National Hospital.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Incidentally, I'm a surgeon, and where I work, light is shown at the patient. But now light is shining in my eyes. And there was a story of a woman that was telling his son that wherever I put the yam, put the pesto.
African, the first female to be the president of the G4. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I want to flex my love. I want to press it. And I want to carry my love with this she loves. I'm a man. I want to press it.
Who is sharing? Who is sharing the wine?
I think we're all ready. Who does not have a glass of wine here?
Okay. Yeah, people that have
nobody to replace you. Virtually all the young ones are boarding the next flight. And we need to do something to get back our country, our health care. To make people know.
Hospital for sponsoring this event. Thank you for your hospitality. We just thank everyone for coming, and we look forward to seeing you nice and early tomorrow at the Beto Hotel for the commencement of the conference proper. Thank you everyone, and wishing you safe journeys back to your various destinations. Thank you.
I'm the LOC chair for this NSA conference. Welcome everyone here, and we're glad all of you can make it. This cocktail party was sponsored by our management of National Hospital. So please, let's appreciate them. They're the one that sponsored this special welcome cocktail party for us. So we will start by an opening prayer from no other person than Dr. Ekumakama.
To host this conference this year in this town and in this country.
Yeah, so you're welcome. We are very happy to host you because no anesthesia, no hospital. We could easily say no surgery, but we know that anesthetists do more than put patients to sleep. You are life supporters and you are the reason many people are breathing today. So we appreciate you. We will go all out to support you. I've been telling people a little about the hospital. National Hospital is the pride of the nation. But we know that all that glitters may not be gold. We also face our own jewels of the national.
So me girlfriend says she wants me back and I too. What will I do? So me tell her say that I broke, I'm not my too. I'm so sorry.
Don't try. That's mine.
Who is coughing?